We are coming to you live from Knight Stadium in Buena Vista, Virginia. Next week is the autumn equinox, but today is still summer and it shows. We're going to begin this contest with the word of prayer, and we'll have silence for the moment. Beautiful national anthem for the Knights contest today. We are looking at a high of 84 degrees with just a couple clouds passing by. Today's contest brings the SVU Knights and the LaGrange Panthers together in their first conference game of the season. In fact, this is the Knights' first ever USA South Conference game. I'm joined in the booth with Greg Gowdy. I'm Scotty Winterton, and we are really excited to bring you this contest today. Greg, how you feel about it?
I feel good, and it's good to be with you again, Scotty, and it's good to be back here at home at the fields with the Knights football team. Really excited for this first ever USA South Conference game. The Knights have been preparing for this game, obviously from this last upset of losing to Bridgewater, where they showed a lot of great plays, a lot of great potential, kind of lacked on some of the fundamental things, but talking with the coaches, those are the things that they were hammering all week in preparation for this. This LaGrange team is a young team, but has a lot of talent and a lot of skill. And so it's definitely going to be a full 60 minutes, and we're excited for this first kickoff and to be able to see the Knights on defense.
Right, that offensive staff, in particular Danny Dupay, Coach Dupay was talking about how if the Knights can put together 4 quarters, they feel like they can, get to 2-1 against this young athletic team, LaGrange. Ball's taken about a yard in the end zone, out to the 26-yard line. It's an excellent take by number 26, Christian Wayman, a freshman from Americus, Georgia. When you look at this LaGrange team, they come in, they have so many young men from Georgia. 6 states are represented on this team, which is kind of an interesting dichotomy to our Knights, which have 24 states represented, including Alaska and Hawaii.
Probably just 6 players on our team from this area.
Right. Only 6 players on the team. So the Knights, LaGrange coming in. A bad snap to start with. At quarterback, number 9, Shedrick Lindsay comes in to start. And this was something that we weren't sure about who was going to start for the Panthers, Greg. They've had 3 quarterbacks over the last 2 games, and they've got a passing attack. That's their focus. But these 3 quarterbacks that they've had over the last 3 games, Shedrick Lindsey, Damian Ward, and Tyler Coleman, have all had opportunities to make plays. Tyler Coleman came in the 4th quarter and had an efficiency rating of 237. But Shedrick gets the start.
Yep, and that was a great tackle by Kimani on that last play.
Short out route, number 87 for the Panthers, Toby Upshaw, the target there. He's a junior out of Robert Toombs Christian Academy in Georgia. This brings up a 3rd and, let's call it 19.
Yeah, long 3rd. And that tackle was just by Dylan Andrew, who his father just came up and wanted to get to kind of know us. He was watching from Utah this last week.
That was great. You come to the Knight Stadium, you feel free to come up and see us in the booth.
Sure.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Ryan, come up and saying hello. Flag down, penalties. Going to stop the play. We got a false start. Yeah, that was really interesting. You know, Dylan's from West Valley City, Utah, Hunter High School, and to have his dad come in and say hello, that's a really neat thing.
False start, number 61 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, still third down.
61 with the false start. Move the ball back 5 more yards, and we'll call this 4th and rather 3rd, and you got to get to Egypt to get the first down.
Yeah.
Shotgun for Lindsey. The Knights bringing 4. He goes up over the top. Mitchell's there. They had an over-under zone playing there. Mitchell looked like he reached in, might have grabbed an arm. The ref didn't think it was any kind of interference. Pass just a little bit short, almost came up with it. I think the target there was number 7, Dana Lucas. 6-foot sophomore, 185 pounds out of Snellville, Georgia. Great pass by Lindsey. I can see why he's the starter. Young man's got an arm.
Yep. And that's a great way to start the game for the defense. Get them 3rd and long, be able to shut that down, not have them have that 3rd down conversion, go 3 and out, get the offense in, and probably a decent, field, and be able to hopefully get on the board.
Back to return for the Knights, Justin Mitchell and Chase Wester. Fair catch called by Mitchell. In talking with the coaching staff, they thought that, Mitchell's had maybe 2 or 3 opportunities for interceptions. He hasn't come up with one. Last season, one of the leading interception guys for the Knights, and they thought this might be his time. LaGrange likes to pass, and we'll see if Justin Mitchell, a real leader, captain on this team, returned missionary, married to Madeline, former Dupay, who is the the daughter of our offensive coordinator, Danny Dupay's brother, Joe Dupay, who was a former head coach here.
Yep.
Davis back in shotgun, looking to go over the top. We have some hand fighting going on and a flag down. We'll see who they're going to call it on. That was number 1, DeMarquez Densmore, fighting with the Knights wide receiver, number 14, Woodson Francois, junior out of Pompano Beach, Florida.
And the offense for the Knights is, down a few key players, some that went down during fall camp and some that went down in these last 2 games.
So we got a holding call. That'll move the Knights forward 5 yards. It's not a pass interference. They're going to call it they are. They're going to give them the full 10, and we'll go to 1st and 10 again. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, so we have some young players that are needing to step up. We're also led on the outside by number 11, Skyler. So the Knights are definitely here to prove something coming off that loss from last week. But they are relying on some young people. Talking with Danny Dupay and also with our O-line coach,
Pat Hoffman.
Yeah, they got to control the front 5. Throughout this whole last week in preparation for this game, the O-line is trying to become more synergistic, have cohesion, be able to move together and be able to control so they can have time to pass and also be able to control the run game.
Right. Inoke Kafusi and David Tongole are definitely the leaders on that line. Over the middle, going back to his receiver is Davis Pinkston looking for Woodson on that again.
Yeah, good breakup by number 1 for the Panthers, DeMarcus Dinsmore.
After that short run by Cade Nelson and the incompletion, the Knights are now 3rd and 8.
And the running game is going to be interesting, having their lead runner out from last week.
Right, Jacob Wood, who not only lead runner for the Knights last week, he's one of the top runners in the conference, second in the conference in yards and yards per game. So he'll be running back by committee for the Knights. 37, made a jump, excellent pass in that in route. Davis finds his receiver Chase Pope, sophomore out of Elk Creek, Virginia.
That was great time by number 65, McCade Bradley, snapping that ball at the perfect time, calling that offsides to be able to have that free play for the Knights.
Offsides, number defense, number 37. That penalty will be declined. The result of the play is a first down.
You know, it's hard being an offensive lineman at SVU and really great because you have one of the best to ever do it in Ed Mulitalo as the head coach, and he takes special interest in the O-line, but he also pushes them. You know, he loves them, he helps them, but he wants them to constantly to get better. He has very high standards. Davis looking over the middle again and overthrows, not quite communicating with Chase Pope on what that route was supposed to be. Being an offensive lineman, if you want to come to SVU and learn how to play O-line, come here and learn from Coach Ed. You know, they call him affectionately Big Ed. And not only is he a legend up in Baltimore, he still owns that place when he goes up and visits the Ravens headquarters, but quickly becoming a legend on campus here. I have a neat story. I'll tell maybe at the end of this quarter, I'll tell you a story about Coach Ed and the legend that he is becoming around here. Davis back, 2nd and 10 in the shotgun. 2 receivers up top, 1 to the left. Great pass to the
pass complete over middle.
Quick slant by Shank.
Oh.
Good for another Knight. First down.
Shank and Wester will be taking turns at that slot position. Both of them have been very productive there. Davis is getting the ball out of his hands quick. He's not looking to hold it for 3.5 seconds. He's doing a great job of making quick reads and moving the ball.
Yeah, the O-line is starting off pretty strong, giving him time to be able to find his receiver. Some of the passes haven't connected, but overall, he's getting the opportunity to find his man and be able to get a good pass out.
Francois up top, Skylar Johnson, wide receiver to the near side. Another jump. They may call him
So this is something
unabated.
This is something that Coach Dupay mentioned before the game. The strongest positions on this LaGrange defense is their defensive line. We're waiting for this call, so offsides on the Panthers. They're the strongest on the D-line and then their DBs. But they are a young team, and so Coach Dupay wanted to test their experience. And as we can see so far, they're biting on the
aggressive play call by over the top there. Looked like Chase Pope wanted holding. Very good defense by the secondary. And speaking of Greg, speaking of the strength of this LaGrange defense, you know, there's number 11, Kleinell Johnson is the leading tackler for solo tackles in the conference. And when you have that as a defensive back, it means he's really good, but also, you know, where are the linebackers in that? The Knights hand off to the left side. Cade Nelson cuts up field and gets inside the right tackle, defensive tackle of LaGrange. Falls forward for the Knights' first touchdown. Great to see Nelson fighting, getting the start, and making the most of his opportunity.
Coach Dupay also told me right before this game about Cade Nelson coming in and running and how he's a hard runner and he always falls forward, and that's how he just got that touchdown, by falling forward into that touchdown to be able to put the Knights on top. It's a great way to start for the Knights offense to come out and drive down and score.
The Panthers are going to want to see if they can't shore up the secondary with that. It is their strength. I think that they're going to be able to figure this out because they have really good defensive backs. The question is going to be, can they maintain the discipline? Because it was the penalties of that drive, 3 on that drive, that really kicked them in the rear end. And that was something that Coach Ed talked about from the last game. The Knights had 10 penalties versus Bridgewater's 1. And the Knights were able to move the ball. Davis is one of the leading passers in the conference. He is third in passing efficiency with 56.9%. He is second with 610 yards, second in yards per game. So this passing game is working, but Coach Ed felt like they kind of shot themselves in the foot with penalties on the offensive side. So, not a single offensive penalty on that first drive versus 3 penalties for the Panthers. And they're a young team. You know, as you talked about, Coach Dupay said that, you know, this team is super athletic. And when they put it all together and this youth really grows into their athleticism, they're going to be a very dangerous team in the conference.
Yeah, the Panthers just need to be a little bit more patient. They're probably just itching at the bit trying to make something happen. But, I mean, we're just a few minutes into this first quarter into this game. They can easily adjust and be a threat.
We have Christian Wayman again taking the ball a yard outside the end zone. The Knights good on coverage. Take him down at the 20-yard line.
Yep, great tackle by number 24 for the Knights, Darren Rice, who's out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
The Knights, we didn't really get a chance to talk about it at the start of the game, but 2 of the top tacklers in the league, number 1, Leka Apadeka, and number 4 tackler in the conference, Jason Siosi. They're getting these, though, when you talk with the coaching staff on the defensive side. It's really the play of like Kimani Vaivai, who's taking up 2 and 3 men on the defensive line. That's why Leka and Siosi are getting the tackles they're getting. Nice run to the outside here. Number 23 for the Panthers, Aubrey Carter. Good-looking freshman, 5'9", 175 out of Newman, Georgia.
Yeah, good tackle by Jason. Way to close the gap quicker. They were able to get 5 yards, but able to get there before they could get anything else.
Yeah, keep your eye on number 8, Siosi, there in the middle of the field.
Justin's going to be leading the backs, helping anything over the top.
Gain of 5 on the play.
A lot of. There's some young players on the defensive side for the Knights, but there are some great leadership with Justin, Leka, and Jason.
Lindsey running the option, pitches outside again to his running back. The Knights swarm Aubrey Carter, and he's able to get. Now he loses 2 yards on the play. That was great read by the Knights defense in shutting down the run by Lindsey and then swarming to the pitch.
3rd and 7.
They read that really well. They had 7 men up in the box, and the strong safety, number 27 for the Knights, Cameron Whipple, had stepped up really tight as well. So, you know, they were planning on a run there. The Knights in zone coverage. Lindsey takes off, gets all the way to the 35-yard line, picks up the first down. Excellent play by Lindsey using his feet.
Yeah, and great stiff arm.
Yeah.
Able to miss that, help to create Leka to not be able to make that tackle and be able to get a few extra yards. And that goes to what the defense has been working on this whole last week. That's the defense's weakness from last week was their tackling, and they've been working on that this whole week. And so we can see right there, it's still something they're kind of struggling with at the beginning of this game. So they just need to tighten that up, work on those fundamentals, and not let the Panthers be able to get those few extra yards by missing that tackle.
So that's a pass to DeQuez Fryer. He is the leading receiver for the Panthers and ran right through that tackle of Leka. Yeah, he's a big, strong guy, and he's done really well in these last 2 games receiving yards. He's one of the leading receivers in the conference. String play out to the right, again for number 23 and the Knights, Aubrey Carter. He picks up 3 yards.
Aubrey Carter on the carry.
Good job by the Knights defense to rally together, come in, great team tackle, only led a few yards. More than they want to give, but better than these last few plays that they have been giving up.
Looks like the LaGrange is not, they haven't had any runs up the middle yet. They're really stringing out left and right. Draw play, looking for a wide receiver screen coming across the left side of the line. Target there was number 83, Mateus Nunez, sophomore out of Harmony, Florida. A little half screen there. Nice tricky play off the play action.
Yeah, number 4, Leka, was definitely prepared for that one. He's able to break up the pass.
All right, 3rd and 7. Lindsey back in the shotgun, blitzed by the Knights. Great pass up the middle. Justin Mitchell comes in with a big hit, clean and legal, separates the receiver from the ball and the receiver from his helmet. That looked like number 84 for the Panthers, Devontae Scott, a freshman wide receiver out of Mobile, Alabama. He went up, he had that ball. Justin Mitchell had other plans.
Yeah, Justin closed that gap and said, not in our house.
So Justin Mitchell on the field, you know, there's certain players that when they step on the field, their aggressiveness and their physicality and ferociousness really shine. The odd thing about Justin is when he steps off the field and who he is off the field is a polar opposite. And the coaches say that on the offensive side, like, he is a menace in practice. It looked like they were going with a fake there, but Leka Akpadeka comes in and shuts that play down. Not a bad time for a fake punt. You got 7 yards to get.
First down.
You're on the 45-yard line. Not a bad time for a fake punt, but Leka was going to have none of that. The Knights did a good job covering that up.
Yeah, and the defense, if they can, you know, be a little bit patient and not bite and get off sides, they have the potential to hold the Knights offense. And so it's a shorter field for the Knights offense, but the Panthers can step up.
Again, Cade Nelson stumbling, rumbling, bumbling down the field.
Falling forward.
Falling forward.
Always getting that extra 1 or 2 yards, which can make the difference, make or break a drive.
Yeah.
Gain of 9 brings up
Safotu Levea on that left side did a great job getting there, helping Nelson get to the corner on that play. Again to the left side. This time you had a pulling guard and led by the tight end slash fullback, number 44, Cooper Stokes, who Coach DuPay really feels like is going to be a stalwart on this team going forward. Young player, but strong. He'll be a true fullback, and that's nice to have, a true fullback. Guy who can lead, maybe catch a play out, catch a pass out of the backfield. The Panthers, a lot of guys up close here. Play action for Davis. He throws the ball short to Chase Pope. The Panthers here were really pushing up tight with their safeties. There was nobody past 10 yards of the line of scrimmage for the Panthers, challenging the Knights to see if they are willing to spread the field and go over the top, trying to shut down this run play.
It looked like there might have been a hand on that, but let's double check to break up that pass on the left side of the D-line. Yeah, it looks like they were able to get in and pressure.
Yeah, that was the first time he was really pressured in the game. He hasn't been knocked down yet, but they're working on getting in. A 3-man front line of the defense. 3-man rush. Going over the top is Davis, looking for Francois, not able to find him. The cornerback, number 8, Cameron Grady, freshman from Birmingham, Alabama, in great position on that. That ball would need to have been over the outside shoulder of Francois to have a chance.
Yep.
Looked like Davis didn't really get his feet set on that. I mean, it was one-on-one on the outside, and Francois has shown that he has a propensity to go up and get that ball if you give him a one-on-one chance. Davis just needed to put that ball in a little bit different spot.
Yeah. Looked like they were trying to get the Panthers D-line to jump off sides again.
Here on the left line, we have Keely Henderson coming in, number 72, sophomore from Overton, Nevada, next to his teammate Safotu Levea. Handoff to number 34 for the Knights. First time Mason Bowers had a chance to run, fresh from Salida, California, but the Panthers do a great job stringing that play out as he bounced it to the outside, make the tackle, bring up 4th and 10.
Something that I'm hoping to see that Coach DuPay was talking about before the game that they were working on for this week was their third down conversions. That was something that they've struggled with last week, and they weren't able to convert on that third down. We'll see what Davis is trying to do right here.
They're probably not going to be going for this 4th and 10. Watch for the punt by Davis. He has taken the most punts this season for the Knights. They'll pooch punt over the top, drops it inside the 10-yard line. Knights are struggling to get down there. 2 Knights converge. Number 84 thought he was going to get it. That was Kyle Bobbitt, a freshman from Laveen, Arizona, teaming up with number 17 for the Knights, Adrian Howard, backup quarterback, great athlete, sophomore from Fredericksburg. Neither one of them able to take that ball and keep it from crossing the goal line.
Scotty, that would have been huge, putting the Panthers back on the 1-yard line right there. That would have been a lot of pressure.
Yeah, great punt by Davis. So interesting note, we talked about the backup quarterback Tyler Coleman for the Panthers. He's also their punter. So you see that in Division III often. You take your best athletes and you let them do whatever it is they do well. The Panthers checking the sideline, seeing if the call that they've put in is right, seeing if they need to audible out of it. Number 22, James Monroe, goes over to the left side now.
Game here.
And they weren't able to get this play in properly from the sideline, and they're going to get a delay of game call. Nope. LaGrange got a timeout. Good timeout from the coaching staff. A little bit of confusion on the play coming in. It looked like Lindsey knew what he wanted, but he wasn't able to get his receivers, tight end, from the left side moved over to the right side in time. Got to call the timeout.
Probably not exactly when you want to use a timeout, but a smart timeout, not trying to give your offense a bigger hill to climb when they're already on their 20.
Yeah, let's talk again about Pinkston and what he's doing. He's really improved and upped his reads. I mean, you see it in this game. He's making good reads. Not necessarily always a perfect pass technique. Maybe he's trying to throw that long pass. Maybe wanted to step into it, get over the outside shoulder. But, coming off of last week, where the week before he was the USA South Offensive Player of the Week, he's really doing a great job of implementing what Coach DuPay's offense is trying to do. Here you get the first run. This is the best offensive play that we've seen out of the Panthers. That was number 22, James Monroe.
A little chirping out on the field. Seems if the Panthers can get to the outside, they're able to get more yardage than when they're trying to go in the middle.
Yeah, and they'll need this run game to open up their passing. And they want to pass. Lindsey's a good passer, but they're going to need to bring these safeties of the Knights up a little bit if they're going to find space in downfield for the passing game. It's a 2-yard run that time for James Monroe again.
And that number 99, Kimani, is the reason why the Panthers are struggling to go through the middle.
Yeah, he's a load in that middle. Double team him again. Nice find to the Panthers' leading receiver. Again, that's Diquez Fryer.
Pass complete to number 85.
Diquez is coming into this game, leads the conference with 205 total yards and 102 yards per game. Again, both of those stats lead the USA South Conference. The Knights are going to need to identify where he's at because, he really does a great job catching those short passes, curls inside, out into the flat, but then he's making a lot out of the yards after catch.
Yeah, able to shed that first tackle.
Downfield, Lindsey got pressured right at the end of that, just before he threw that ball. That was number 3, Stockton Ferguson, the linebacker on the blitz. Able to get in just after Lindsey threw that ball. The Knights, though, had it covered. Safety number 27 for the Knights downfield. Cameron Whipple was there. Cameron is doing a great job as a freshman from Lake Jackson, Texas. You're a Texas football player. You've played in some really big-time football games. Excellent protection for Lindsey on that play, but a flag comes down in the backfield. He did a great job finding his receiver on the in route. That was number 14, Jaden Smith. We'll see what that penalty is, though. It might be holding. Looks like they're going to be bringing it back. They're going to call holding. One of the Knights' defensive linemen got dragged down. I guess that's why it was good protection.
On the offense, 5-0. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still second down.
And the Knights offense know what that's like. Last week they had some big plays that got called back because of a penalty. And the Panthers need to, keep it cleaner, not get the flag, not have that laundry on the carpet, and be able to have these sustained drives. That was a great play, but just unlucky to have that penalty.
That was the left tackle on that penalty. Left tackle, Zach Neighbors, freshman from Hogansville, Georgia. Nice screen pass out to the outside, and I think that was number 14 again, Jaden Smith, fighting for a few extra yards. Able to get maybe 4 on the play. 3rd and 20. You don't have a lot of 3rd and 20 plays in the playbook.
Down.
We'll have to see if the Knights blitz on this, try to get that ball out of the hands of Lindsey quickly. They do not. A 3-man rush. Lindsey looking downfield. The Panthers fans looking for a flag there. They're not going to get it. It's number 22, the Knights cornerback on the right side, Dylan Andrew. Does a great job covering that up. Gets his hand in there. And now it's going to be 4th and 20, and I don't think you'll see a fake punt here. Target there, Dejon Weaver, another freshman from Savannah, Georgia. A lot of freshmen. Well, you'll hear that all day long out of this Panthers team. And this is why Coach Ed and Coach Dupay talk about the future of this team is really bright, the Panthers. Another flag's going to come down. Panthers were not able to get their punt team in on time, and it looks like we're going to have delay of game.
Delay of game on the offense is 5-yard penalty, still 4th down.
So LaGrange right now is looking to find some sort of rhythm. Their coaching staff, headed by Earl Chambers, very accomplished football player in his own right and a coach. He was at Valdosta State for 2 national championships in NCAA Division II. Played defensive back for the Georgia Bulldogs. Excellent player. He just needs to get these guys in rhythm.
I think that just kind of shows with a little bit of the freshmen, just not the experience coming into their first conference game of the year. Probably some just jitters. Overall, they're not playing too bad. Still going to be a 60-minute bout.
That punt there by number 10, Kelvin Gaines. No, sorry, Tyler Coleman was, that's their backup quarterback, Tyler Coleman. He shanked that off his foot. Only got about 20 yards out of that kick. Not exactly what he wanted.
At the 49-yard line.
In fact, I think it was even less than 20 yards, so not exactly what you want. The Knights starting in the Panthers 49-50. Let's call it right at the 50 at midfield. That's great starting position for the Knights. Davis here in the shotgun. He's got 2 receivers to his left, 1 up to his right. Hands the ball off to Keaton Nelson up the middle. But that defensive line of the Panthers was right there to shut that down.
Yeah, they plugged that up. Kane Nelson, I don't think he fell forward on that one. I think they pushed him back.
Right. Joe Thomas was there. Malachi Parker, both there to shut that thing down.
That's a load right there, number 93 for the Panthers, Joe Thomas.
Yeah, they put him at 335, 5'11", 335. You're not going to move him very far. In fact, he drives the center, number 65 for the Knights. Backfield, great look down the wing, reminiscent of that excellent scramble and pass from last week. Jake Shank had the biggest play of the game for the Knights last week, and here Davis finds him in that little kind of wheel route from the slot position and is able to move that ball about 25 yards down the field. Shank thought he should get more out of it. He slipped as he went to make his cut.
Yeah, I think he was trying to mimic last week by cutting inside, but yeah, just lost his feet. That was a good pass, good completion.
Yeah, you watch this battle in the trenches with McCade Bradley and Joe Thomas. It's a fun battle to watch. Play action, over the top, and Davis finds his tight end coming across the middle, number 82, Jalen Troy from Danville, Virginia. Great play by both players.
Pass complete for a touchdown to number 82, Jalen Troy.
Troy goes up high to get that ball as Davis did a great job putting that over the top of the linebackers to find Troy. The second touchdown for the Knights, first passing touchdown of the day for Davis. Jalen Troy, not a name we've called very much in the last 2 games, but doing a great job finding that ball. The Knights in there. We're going to run a 2-point play right into there. Nope. Psych. We're just going to kick an extra point.
Don't be teasing us like that,
Don't
Scotty.
be teasing us like that. Derek Bass has a great leg. Young man that the coaching staff is very high on for the future. A freshman. They feel like they get inside the 30. In fact, Coach Mulitalo made the point. We get inside the 30 for the first time in his head coaching career here at SVU. They feel like that they can put points on the board, even if it's just 3.
No, I think today we are seeing the threats that the offense has for the Knights to be able to throw the ball, throw it over the top, have these great receivers and tight ends to be able to go up and get the ball. That was a perfect placement right between 2 of the Panthers DBs. If you have that ability to run, that opens up, downfield. If you're able to throw downfield, it opens up the run game. The Panthers are struggling containing all that the Knights offense has.
Yeah, and it's hard when you're a defense and you're giving them just a short, 50 yard. That's where they started that drive on the 50-yard line. They've started a couple with really short fields, and that's really hard to maintain that. You can give up a big play when the other team's starting at the 15 or the 20, their own 15 or 20, because then you're still only, inside. You're still at their own side of the field. When you're starting on your 50-yard line, and that's happened twice now for the SVU offense, that's you're putting your defense in a tough position.
Yeah, 3 plays, 50 yards, just under a minute, or just over a minute of a drive.
All right, 3 plays, 50 yards. One big pass play, a run play, and then Davis finds a touchdown to Troy.
Got a flag down.
Flag on the play.
I don't believe the Knights have had laundry thrown at them yet.
That would be huge compared to last week.
With a dead ball, personal foul, number 57 on the kicking team. That penalty enforced, 15 yards from the end of the run.
Well, I think we just jinxed ourselves, Scotty. First flag down for the Knights, number 57, Cash Holmes.
Yeah, they're going to get him for piling on at the end of that play. He came in, put his shoulder down, ran up the back of number 38 for the Panthers, and it was clearly after the whistle and after the play was done. You got to have more discipline than that.
Yeah, not worth it.
Lindsey again in the shotgun, fakes the handoff, pulls it out, gets 4, maybe 5 yards on the play. Great tackle by Ciosi, but a really good choice by Lindsey to pull that ball out in the option. I don't really think it's a RPO. I don't think he has any pass options right there. It's really just a run, dive play, or he can pull that out and run up the left side.
Yeah, they did get about 5 yards on that play, but shout out to Jason for getting that tackle in the open field, just one-on-one. That having more plays like that, hitting that first tackle will make all the difference.
Lindsey this time pulls it out again, runs off to the right side, taking the ball down the field as Mitchell runs him out of bounds, along with his teammate number 10, Tyler Wester. Yeah, freshman linebacker Tyler Wester. That was a great play. Again, 2 good choices by Lindsey to pull that ball out of the running back's belly, and this time to the right side. The Knights undisciplined, covering him up in that option. He runs past Apodaca and gains a good 25 yards on the run.
Yeah, Lindsey's making it happen right now. Kind of putting his team on his back, making plays.
This time he hands the ball off to number 20. First time 20, Josh Bell's had a chance to run the ball. Another flag down on the play. Looks like it's going to be on the Panthers.
Holding, number 66 in the offense. It's a 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still first down.
They grab Len Spivey for holding on that play. So, you know, two really solid runs, and now you get stopped short on that that play by Lindsay where he handed it off, and then all of a sudden a penalty, and now you're sitting back, you know, 1st and 20. Another handoff to the running back, Josh Bell, sophomore out of Jacksonville, Alabama, but this time the Knights swarm. Best running plays so far have been Lindsay keeping that ball, finding his own way.
Yeah, losing a little momentum with that flag and that next play, but great tackle. Number 99, Kimani, holding him up, letting his team come and rally and support, bring him in the backfield.
So we have Lindsay in the shotgun. He's got 4 receivers. DeQuez just off his line to the right side. Quick out route, number 86 for the Panthers, Kane Hammond, freshman from Marietta, Georgia. Good-looking kid, 6'3", 180.
Yeah, again, another great open field tackle, one-on-one, number 10, Tyler Wester. That's what we need as a defense. And again, going back to what the defense was working on this last week was just tackling the fundamentals, be able to take control of the game and not let the game come to them.
The Knights in with their dime package, 3rd and 20. Vai almost gets in. Ball goes up over the top, and an amazing opportunity for the young man, number 5, Jacob Taloa, the junior from Tracy, California. Spied that thing all the way in as his teammate Stockton Ferguson was running down the field.
I think he saw about those 20, 30 yards of green pasture that he wanted to run. Was just a little too antsy.
There may be a reason why he's on the defensive side. Is that what you always say? That's what you always have to say when defensive back drops the foul.
No comment.
No comment. Good job, good job. You say no comment. You be the good guy on that one. Little pooch punt there. As number 9 for the Knights, Chase Wester, receives that. Looked like he could have just let that go into the end zone. Instead, he grabs it over his shoulder. And not a fair catch call, which would have been a really bad idea. Takes that ball and goes up the sideline and gets that ball out to the 29-yard line.
Yeah,
great play by Wester.
20, 25 yards off that play.
Chase Wester, the transfer from BYU, walk on there. Great looking kid when you see him out and about on campus. Strong, looks like a slot receiver.
Yeah, he caught that ball and went back to the 2-yard line and was able to bring it up to the 26
Davis
right
to
there.
Cade Nelson. He finds slot over the left tackle, driving forward as he goes over the top of the 34 for the Panthers, Hassan Tutson. Definitely falling forward there, but Hassan sticking his nose in and saying, I'm bringing you down. I might go down, but I'm going down with you. That was a great tackle by Hassan.
Yeah, we talked about at the beginning of this game that the running back would have been kind of running by committee in that back position since Jacob Wood was out, but it seems like Cade is stepping up and taking control.
We have Sean Santos kind of taking the place of Big Joe Thomas at nose tackle right now. Again, the Panthers load up. Interception. Great catch by number 8 for the Panthers. That's Cameron Grady who slips in behind Francois, catches that ball. Francois thought the play was over. That's one where Davis is really going to look at Francois and say, hey, man, you got to fight for that ball when I throw it.
Yeah, that was a great play for the Panthers.
Yeah, Cameron Grady read that. He stopped. He was on top of that. Looks like there's some discussion going on right now by the refs.
Trying to pull up our little replay system right here. It looked like Francois was held up for a little bit, but they're going to give it to the Panthers. Way to come back. They've had some struggles on offense, and if you can't score on offense, maybe you can score on defense, and they make it happen.
Great pick six. Grady takes that one back to the house off the interception. Flag is waved off, which is really great for the Panthers because, they've already had a couple plays taken back by penalties. And so to get that, no flag, that's awesome for them. That'll get them back in the game, start their fire, really give them an opportunity to feel good about themselves and say, hey, we can come back, we can stop them. Offense still is struggling a little bit, but Lindsey showed on that last drive before that he has the ability to move this ball down the field, even if it's just his own 2 feet. But he throws the ball well. This team is not a team you want to gain confidence and get rolling because they clearly have athletes that can move the ball.
Yeah, being just down 1 touchdown, they're in it. Great way to basically end this first quarter for the Panthers. Not what you're hoping if you're a Knight fan. Knowing the Knights, they want to be able to play all 60 minutes. They seem to sometimes have issues when it comes close to the end of a quarter or the end of a half. They got to play strong. They can't take their foot off the gas. Yes, they were up 2 touchdowns, but maybe being too casual, it's not going to cut it. And if you're a Knight fan, if you're a Knight player, you do not want to let the Panthers breathe. And that pick six gives life to this Panthers team.
So when you look at this first quarter, total, it's actually pretty even. 5 first downs for LaGrange, 7 for the Knights. LaGrange has actually run more plays than the Knights, 24-17, and total yards is 112 for LaGrange, 113 for the Knights. Thing is, Knights have started with a short field and capitalized on 2 of their drives, 2 of the 4 drives that they've had. So it's really about the defense and starting position right now that is the difference between the score. Both defenses playing fairly well. Certainly a pick six makes you look really good if you're a defense. Knights will put number 13. Number 13, Crew Huxford, and number 7, Jake Lindsey back for their return here.
Number 13, Crew Huxford. And
I think there must have been what was that penalty? Not sure what that penalty was for. There was a personal foul penalty on the Panthers, which has moved them back from the 35-yard line to the 20-yard line.
That gives the Knights the opportunity to have great field position as they come out on offense going into the second quarter.
Crew Huxford takes that ball, finds the alley up the middle, still on his feet. Flag goes down. Couple Panthers join in on that tackle.
Number 13, Crew Huxford on the return. Flag on the
Number 2, Aaron Belt really saving the day right there. But there is a flag down. We'll see what it is. Huxford did a great job finding the lane on that return, hitting it fast and getting upfield.
Yeah, breaking some tackles, getting even more yardage.
Alex Rivera, the kicker right there, kicker, did a great job slowing him up. Rivera is quite a load as a kicker, 5'8", 180. Flag on the Knights. They'll bring that ball 10 yards back from the spot of the foul. Looks like they'll start at the 48-yard line of the Panthers. Still good starting position for the Knights.
48-yard line, 1st and 10 Knights.
Bradley over the ball now with Davis in shotgun, running back to the right, trips out to the left, 1 receiver high. Fakes the handoff, play action over the top to his slot receiver. Again, Shank bobbles the ball just a little bit while on his back, still able to secure it. Brings that ball to the 25-yard line. Great 25-yard play by the passing game of the Knights. Good timing play. That ball was out of the hands as Shank looked up, spotted the ball, catches it as he's falling down, and able to secure it with a little bit of a bobble. Great job by the Knights. Knights again in a 4-receiver set. Wester goes in motion to the right side. Quarter will end. Knights will come over to their side, Panthers over to their own team side, and this has been really exciting. This is an opportunity for both teams to say, hey, we belong in this conference and we're one of the better teams. Both offenses have players in the top end of the conference in terms of passing yards, receiving yards, and both teams have players in the top in the conference in tackling and on the defensive end. They're clearly really good athletes on both sides of the ball here.
Yeah, what I love seeing for the Knights offense is that these younger players are stepping up and making plays. With having two of the Knights offense key players, Matt Johansson out and Jacob Wood, be able to come back next week, they're going to have even more threats on both their running and the passing game.
Right, they're doing a great job. You know, as you said, Tyler Wood, leading rushers out, and one of the leading rushers in the conference, by the way, he's out. And then having Johansson out from the first game, who coming in off of fall camp was your number one threat. The receivers and running backs, I credit the offensive line. You know, when you look at the way David Tongalei and Inoki Kafusi, McCade Bradley, the way they're playing on that front line, on the right side. On the left side, Keely Henderson's in right now. Sofotu Levea, left tackle. They're doing a great job of protecting Davis and opening up lanes for the running backs. Speaking of running backs, you have Alex Langtree, who's really getting some opportunities now. He was injured in fall camp. Great play by Wester as he catches that ball at the 1 yard line. He thought he was in, not quite able to slide into the end zone, being college as soon as you fall down. A little hand checking going on. He was able to create a little space. I'm sure if you're a Panthers fan, you might have thought that was an offensive push-off. But great job looking over his shoulder. More importantly, protection by the offensive line, and Davis putting that ball right in a spot where it can be handled. And Langtree sitting in there with great protection. This young man, Langtree, is an exciting player, freshman from Magna, Utah. The coaches are really excited about him. Good to get him back when Wood is out. Two running backs for the Knights. He hands off to Langtree and takes his first opportunity to run the ball into the end zone. The young freshman from Magna, I'm sure he's got mom and dad at home cheering him on. What a great run and blocking by the Knights.
That's a great way to come in, be able to protect your quarterback on the first play that you're out there. Next play, be able to get the ball, make something happen, get another 6 points on the board. Going back to that pass, we talked about it last week. Davis is putting the ball in an area for these awesome receivers to go make a play and make it happen, and they are doing so.
Again, this was really tough on the Panthers defense. They faced a series where the Knights started on the Panthers' 48-yard line. And just so much pressure. You know, and it started with that penalty off the touchdown, off the pick six, where the kickoff had to go from the 20, and then you get that great run back by Huxford, and the Knights with a short field. You know, you when it's a short field, you're one big play away from facing, you know, a touchdown, and it's just really hard on the Panthers defense to keep that up all game.
Scotty, I think we are 3 for 3 on a short field today.
Right.
Put us in the short field, I think we're scoring.
That's what they've done, and it's been quick, right? They haven't grounded it out with 3 or 4 running plays. They found spots in the passing game. They found opportunities to beat. This is a defense that looks like they're running a lot of man-to-man, and the Knights wide receivers are just getting a little bit of space, and Davis is finding them. So Derek Bass will put his tee down and kick off from the 35. Back for the Panthers again, number 26, Christian Wayman. That good-looking freshman, 5'6", 170 from Americus, Georgia.
Back to receive for the Panthers. Number 31, Derek Bass with the kick.
The Knights have had a great mix of run and pass this game. Coach Dupay has put together a really good game plan. Ball taken 2 yards outside the end zone. Wayman looking for a lane, not able to find it. The Knights shut it down. He'll get out to the 27-yard line and start over with 14:20 left in the second quarter.
Yeah. Great team tackle initiated by number 9, Chase Wester.
Chase all over the field. Catching passes, making tackles, making the Wester family proud. He and his brother. One of quite a number of brothers on this team. Wester brothers, the Seawright brothers. There's a number of them out here. Lindsey this time tries to move forward. Looks like they may have sacked him. Yes, they're going to put that ball 1 yard. Kamani getting big inside, shedding the block, and getting to Lindsey.
Yeah, great pressure with the Knights defense bringing in. It almost looked like Lindsey was able to break free, but Kimani said, nope, not today.
Kamani getting double teamed now. Time for Lindsey. He pulls it down. He's got space. He's going to get the first down as Siosi angles him out of bounds. Great decision by Lindsey to run that ball.
Number 9, Lindsey.
Clearly been their best offense so far is Lindsey's feet.
Yep, again, just putting his team on his back, making something happen.
He had good blocking from his receiver, looked back and said, I think it was his running back that was in for protection, looked back and said, let's go. Let's go get this first down. Lindsey's taking this game on his own shoulders. Hand off to the inside. Nothing doing for the Panthers. That inside run has not been there for them.
Yeah, they've had the most luck and best plays running-wise on the outside. The defense, Knights defense, is definitely, stuffing the holes on the inside, but they have been a little bit weaker today on the outside.
Right, that was Sean Erickson stepping in there. Dallin Breen playing strong. Handoff, this time a bit of a delay to the running back as the Panthers running back number 22. He's had the most success, James Monroe, so far. Like him, sneaky player, strong though. 200-pound running back.
Yeah, great play call. Just as I say, the Knights defense are stuff in the middle. That play call, go right through the middle, be able to get some yards.
Yeah, so now we have 3rd and 3. The Knights with 3 down linemen. Got Jacob Seawright in on the right side now. Lindsey going to do this himself. Lead block from Monroe, and he gets 6 yards on the play, 7 yards on the play. Great run by Lindsey.
Lindsey on the carry, good enough for a Panther first down.
DeQuez Fryer, along with the running back, James Monroe, leading Lindsey there. Great play call. Now the Panthers are moving the ball. Again, Lindsey with a designed run. Gets 3 yards. Call it 3 yards on that run for the Knights stuff it.
Flag on the play.
Seems that Lindsey's been making some good plays on his own judgment. I think now the offensive coordinator is probably starting to utilize more of him with the plays that he's making.
Right. Flag down. Knights are being very generous, liberal with their defensive line rotations. They're bringing in lots of different guys. We got Logan in there right now. Logan Mullen, Sean Erickson.
12 men on the field. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Still first down.
All right, so we'll have 1st and 5. The call was illegal substitution, 12 men on the field. Apparently you cannot play with an extra man on the field. Smart if you can play design that up. Extra linebacker, hey. Play action from Lindsey. He's under pressure. Looks to go short to his tight end, number 83, Mateus Nunez. Not able to get the ball to him.
Yeah, I think he was looking downfield, but the Knights defense did a great job covering up, and so then he had to look short and wasn't able to get anything from it.
When he's got time, he puts the ball in good places. He's just under pressure there, fading backwards and just not able to get the ball up for Nunez. We got 2 wide receivers to the left, where Lindsey's looking. He goes to his number 1 receiver. Ball falls out. They're going to call that incomplete pass as going to his number 1 receiver, DeQuez Fryer. DeQuez is normally very sure-handed. He had that one. Looked like he might just try running after before he caught it. He wanted to take off.
Yeah, number 24 for the Knights, Darren Rice, might have got his hand in that to break that pass.
All right, 3rd and 5. Ball on the Knights' 44-yard line. Trips to the right. Receiver running back to the right. Shotgun, little high snap. He's able to bring it down. Finds Dequez as he runs down the field. Stiff arms Mitchell, who's finally able to bring him down. Avoids the horse collar tackle. But what a great catch and run from Dequez Fryer. You know, he's not a surprise. He's their number 1 receiver. And that was a great play by Lindsey to catch that ball off of a high snap and have the time to, or wherewithal to just get that ball. He knew right where Dequez, that's where he was going the whole time. That whole play was set up for Fryer. He knew that's where he was going. The Knights have not been able to lock down Fryer in their defensive scheme. And if it's going to be open, you got to keep going to that well.
Yeah, and he's not an easy person to bring down.
No.
Luckily, Justin Mitchell was staying with it.
Great play by Lindsey to avoid the sack as the blitz from the linebacker Stockton Ferguson came in. He's able to avoid the rush from Ferguson, steps off to his left, finds the short play to his receiver, and puts the ball 2nd and goal from the 1. He wanted to look to the left side, but the Knights right cornerback, Dylan Andrew, did a great job shutting down that play.
Yeah, Dylan did a great job leaving his man, realizing where the ball was going, and making sure that the Panthers couldn't get a touchdown right there.
Wide receivers, Lindsey, a little pass over the top. Again, finding Dequez Fryer. The Knights need a memo. The memo is, or an email, Dequez Fryer's really good.
I think we guys should send a DM on Instagram.
All right.
They might get it.
Who's going to get the DM that kid can ball? He's really good. Great touchdown pass, fine. Quick look over the middle from Lindsey. Excellent offense that time. Mixing up the run with running backs, designed runs for Lindsey, and then the pass plays to Fryer.
And that's a dual threat right there. Lindsey able to make plays, get a lot of yardage on it with his feet, running, opens up these passes to Dequez down the field, whether it's short or long. But speaking of Instagram, you better be following Knights football on Instagram. They are lighting up your feed if you are, with a lot of great plays. If you want some replays or you want to catch the action with the broadcast, if you're away, make sure you're following Knights football. Leaded by the director of SVU Athletics, Kiwi Giroux, and they have an awesome team. So
yeah, part of that team happens to be the best looking of all the Gowdy brothers, Matt Gowdy.
Let's not go there, Scotty.
That's a well-known fact.
You're going to make me cry.
Yeah.
But it's true.
It is true. And Matt Gowdy really working well with Kiwi Giroux on the Knights social media. Kiwi been a great acquisition for the Knights athletic department, coming in and really opening up the social media of all the teams here in the fall, and he'll continue to do that through the winter and the spring sports as well. All right, so again, the 14-point lead cut to 7, cut in half by the Panthers offense this time. Did a great job moving that ball up the field. An 80-yard drive. Ball tipped. The Knights going to have 4 people fall on top of that. That was Jalen Troy, who did catch that touchdown pass earlier, not able to corral the ball when it came to him first. But he jumps on it, and the Knights will start the ball at their own 23-yard line with 11:36 left in the half. That 4-minute drive, 3.5-minute drive by the Panthers was well designed, well schemed. Knights now want to answer that.
Yeah, as awesome as pick sixes are, if you're hoping to stay in a game, you can't rely on your defense to be doing the scoring.
Right. And
so it's great to see the Panthers coming together, working, having some great play calls, some great execution to get on the board.
Davis with 4 wide receivers, hands the ball off to Cade Nelson. Dragged down from behind, trying to fall forward, gets 3, maybe 4 guys trying to tackle him in the gang tackle. Looks like he gets 4 yards on the run. Will be 2nd and 6 for the Knights. Trying to string out the defense of the Panthers by bringing in 4 wide receivers. This time the Knights will again have 4 wide receivers. Shank and Wester in the slots. Pope and Francois on the wings. Cade Nelson in to Davis's right. Schenk goes in motion, trips to the left. Man defense on the outside for the Panthers. Francois looked like he got jammed at the line and not able to shed that jam by excellent play from the defensive back, Roderick Kirtland, a senior, one of the few seniors on this team out of Covington, Georgia. Great play to shut down Francois on that man-to-man outside. Davis might have brought that ball down when he looked up and saw that read wasn't there. It was his only look. That play could be designed for Francois, and he doesn't have a second look in that. Again, 4 wide receivers for the Knights. Motion from Huxford. Davis looks to his left, brings the ball down now. His first run of the game, able to get 10 yards on the run. First down for the Knights.
That's good to see. We've been seeing Lindsey for the Panthers getting some runs, using his feet, and we know that Davis has some feet, and that was a great opportunity for him to kind of showcase that, get a first down for the Knights, keep this drive going.
Mason Bauer in for the Knights at running back, along with Adrian Howard, number 17, coming in for the slot. A little bit of a fake on the run and not able to connect with Francois. Davis and Francois have not been on the same page today. He's looking there because Francois is a really good receiver. He's quick. When he gets the ball in his hands, he can do something with it. But they just have not been able to connect. On top of that, it feels like that Roderick Kirtland, the 5'10", 170 senior, is one of the better cornerbacks in terms of coverage for the Panthers, and he's doing a great job on that left side.
That's awesome having some senior leaders stepping up, making plays, and a great stop for the Panthers defense.
Yeah, that was Big Joe Thomas shedding the block, getting his hands on Mason Bauer and shutting that thing down right away.
So we're in a situation that they've been working on as those third down conversions. Struggled a little bit last week. And they're in a 3rd and long, so they need to put something together and keep this drive going.
Knights bring in 3 wide receivers, 3rd and 12. 4-man rush for the Panthers. Ball over the middle to Pope, and he's able to hang on the ball. Panthers defense begging for that call to be knocked down. That was Cameron Grady who had the interception, hitting Pope as he came across the middle on that in route. The ball just short of the first down. 4th and 2 at the 45-yard line. You never know what the Knights are going to do. Could be a little pooch kick from Davis, or they might go for it. The Knights with 4 wide receivers and Cade Nelson to Davis's left.
Maybe trying to get the Panthers D-line to jump.
Well, pooch kick from Davis. Ball falls at the 15, rolls to the 5, and is down at the 5-yard line. Man, he's got some nice touch on that kick. What a weapon. So the Knights not necessarily happy with the results of that drive, but Davis does a great job of putting the Panthers in a tough spot to start their offensive possession here with 8:19 left in the second quarter, 21-14. Again, beautiful day, nothing but beautiful white clouds, the sun, nice wind blowing. You can see the American flag there blowing in the background. What a great day for football.
It's a great game, Scotty, too. I wasn't really for sure exactly how this was going to go. The Panthers started off a little weak, having some penalties. The Knights were scoring really quick, but they're stepping up.
Handoff up to the inside as Lindsey could have pulled that, gave it to the running back. I'm pretty sure that was, again, number 22, James Monroe. That time the Knights defensive line there to shut it down with Leka Opedeka on the right-hand side. Knights in their traditional 3-man front line. Siosi and Opedeka, middle linebackers. Handoff again to Monroe, And the Knights shut this one down right at the line of scrimmage. Again, no gain.
Yeah, the Knights is doing awesome stuff in that middle, not letting anything happen.
Right, Apadeka jumped into that one big time, but as you've talked earlier, Kimani Vaivai really clogging up 2 or 3 people right there and allowing the linebackers to step in and make plays. Logan Mullen on the right end for the Knights. Lindsey looks for a little quick screen on the right-hand side, finds his receiver for a short gain. We'll call it 2 yards. And it looks like we'll bring on the punting team. Tyler Wester on the tackle. Great job.
That was great. Way to close that gap, not let them get anything else besides that catch, and bring them to 4th down.
Right, that ball went out to Devontae Scott. Quick 5'8", 160 from Mobile, Alabama, wide receiver, freshman again. He makes one-man miss, and he's going to go for a 1st down.
Chase Wester.
Punt team in. Mitchell and Wester back for the Knights. Ball's going to go over to Wester. Spins, and a great tackle by the cornerback playing on the outside there, Cameron Grady. He is all over the field. Boy, that kid's a heck of a player. Cameron Grady, freshman out of Birmingham, Alabama.
Personal foul, roughing the kicker on the defense, number 4. It's a 15-yard penalty and an automatic 1st down.
So the Knights there called for roughing the kicker. I know that Coach Hughey, special teams coach for the Knights, wanted to create plays. He wanted to have a spark from his special teams plays from the kicking game, but that was a little much. The Knights had a great opportunity to be on the Panthers side of the field right there, and we know what happens when they've done that, yet that penalty is a killer for the Knights. Defense back on the field, and Lindsey's seeing if he can't get his team moving down. James Monroe strings out to the left side, gets a little more yardage than he did on his first 2 runs on the last possession, gains 2 yards, goes 2nd and 8.
Number 24, Jonathan Williams on the carry. Brings up
Coach Mulitalo.
That was 24. Jonathan Williams on the carry, not Monroe.
Yeah, Coach Mulitalo talking about the game from last week, talking about how the penalties were what killed them, right? That difference between 10 penalties to Bridgewater's 1. They're up right now, but if they keep giving life to their offense, and then with any interceptions or anything, this Panthers team is going to be in it.
Lindsey goes deep. He finds his receiver over the top. That was a great catch from the receiver, number 8, L.J. Flint, wide receiver from East Obaga, Alabama. And that was there was double coverage on the outside, and the Jacob Toloa, the nickelback, was there, had him covered. He stopped, looking like he was going to intercept that, and he just misjudged that. They had that play covered, and he misjudged it. Ball goes over his head, and there you go.
We had personal foul, roughing the passer, number 33 on the defense. The touchdown is good. Penalty being tossed on the kickoff.
Cole Oldham called for roughing the passer. Because the play results in a touchdown, the offense can choose to enforce that on the kickoff, which is what Coach Chambers has decided to do. So just like you said, this thing, we got some whistles stopping this play. I don't think that they had been whistled in. The head ref was still grabbing his flag and coming down. They had not signaled play ready yet from the referees, so we may have to do this kick again. Big time play from Lindsey, putting that ball right in the hands, even though the Knights had it covered.
There's no kick. Ball's not marked ready for play after the enforcement.
Lindsey puts that ball where his receiver can go up and get it, and you got to take shots down the field. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and Lindsey puts that ball down the field, and Knights underplay it, and there you go.
But again, that drive, that touchdown doesn't happen without that mistake. The Knights just making that just not necessary mistake, roughing the kicker, giving them the Panthers offense another opportunity to make a play like that. If they don't have that mistake, that penalty, the Knights offense is on the field right now. But the Panthers in it now.
Right, and this will be interesting to see how the Knights respond. right? Coach Mulitalo was trying to teach the family, somebody makes a mistake, which happens in life. What do you do with that mistake? As a family, you don't get down on your brother. You lift him up. You're going to get his back. You're going to help him out. That's the kind of response you want to see if you're Coach Mulitalo. You want to see your team under duress respond to difficult situations. So, definitely the fact that the Panthers are able to take advantage of those mistakes, that all the credit to that play. Lindsey really doing a great job. But this is an opportunity for the Knights. Just like the Panthers have responded, it felt twice like this game was really in the hands of the Knights, and LaGrange has made two big plays, the interception and that long pass, to shut down that momentum and help them feel like we are in this. And when you're a young team, and the longer you feel like you're in it and the more you feel like you're there, you're going to play harder, you're going to play tougher, you're going to keep your head up. So this is really great for the Panthers on both sides of the ball.
For sure, that's awesome to see the leadership of the Panthers helping these young guys stay in it and realize that there is, still time on the clock. There's over 35 minutes left in this game, and it's anybody's game.
That's right. So that with that penalty being forced on the kickoff, you see Alex Rivera putting that ball through the end zone for a touchback. Knights will take over at their own 25-yard line. 5:44 left in this second quarter.
With talent on both sides of the ball, on both teams, I think it's going to come down to, Scotty, is who's going to play for the rest of the game and who's going to respond positively after mistakes happen.
Right. Who's going to right now? Who's going to get the least number of flags or the least number of important flags? Cade Nelson on the run. Joe Thomas just missing that tackle in the backfield. But you cannot stop that dude from getting into the backfield. Cade is able to avoid the tackle and push that ball up for a first down. But you better be double teaming Joe Thomas every play or run away from him. Sometimes he's lines up over on the left side. But you got to run away from Joe Thomas because you are not moving that boy. He is awesome to watch. Again, junior from Opelika, Alabama. Compact set here for the Knights. Good protection. The pocket breaks down. Davis spins out of the first go but gets sacked for a 3-yard loss. That blitz from the Panthers was well done. That looked like he had a moment to get that ball off, but then that pocket collapsed really quickly on that blitz. The Panthers have not blitzed very much in this game. They've run a lot of man-to-man offense and really tried to play some zone in the middle. Haven't blitzed much. At that time, the blitz works and gets to Davis. 2nd and 13. Davis with a handoff to Nelson, and he gets shut down right at the point of attack. Linebackers, number 4 there, able to come in on the play. That was Chris Guthrie, another freshman from Loganville, Georgia, able to plug that hole.
Yeah, the Panthers are rolling right now. Getting touchdowns, stuffing the Knights offense. I think the momentum is in their favor.
Yeah, they're feeling it. Big Joe Thomas goes out. Comes in another defensive lineman, Kelvin Gaines, 5'11", 260 from Naylor, Georgia. The Knights in trips. Shank up to the left in the slot. Full protection. The Knights go full protect on a 4-man. Davis gets hit from behind, fumbles the ball. Number 37 for the Panthers falls on that ball. That's John Donovan, linebacker from Richmond, Gilbert, Georgia. Falls on that ball. Did a great job of tracking that ball down. I believe that was number 15, Jaden Jones, the freshman defensive lineman that chased down Davis from behind. He got blocked on his initial move, got upfield. It was a good job pushing him upfield from the fullback for the Knights, Cooper Stokes, but then he just continued on and chased down Davis from behind.
Big play for the Panthers. Short field. The Knights defense needs to step up, get a 3 and out. Don't let this momentum for the Panthers continue.
Yeah, big opportunity for the Knights here to shut this down. This defense needs to step up. Incomplete pass for the Panthers. Their shortest, one of their shortest fields of the day. Panthers come in with 4 wide receivers, 2 on each side. Lindsey goes back. He's looking to the right, finds the out. You might guess who that is. Who's breaking tackles? Dequez Fryer doing what Dequez do, and that's breaking tackles.
He's not easy to bring down, but you have got to bring him down. At least hold him up. I think he shedded 3 tackles on that play.
That's 3rd and 4 now for the Knights. Quick play here by Lindsey. Steps up quickly, but takes a look off the sideline to see what they want to audible into. If anything, looks like they'll keep the same play. 4 wide receivers. Lindsey goes back. Got a man out to the flat. Over the middle of Dequez. They don't find him. Justin Mitchell coming over the top there to make sure that that thing was not going to happen.
Yeah, this is huge for the Knights defense. With just under 3 minutes left of this first half, I know that the Knights offense wanted to go down and score, be able to end this half on a high note. If this defense can step up and get the offense back on, we will have an opportunity to have a drive.
So our first field goal opportunity of the game. It's a good place for a fake field goal because this is going to be a 47-yard attempt. Ball goes up. It looks like it's on the way and wide right. It might have had the leg to get there, but ends up wide right. And the Knights will take over at the 37-yard line. Check that. Knights will start at the 29-yard line.
I feel like you can kind of catch your breath with that defensive stand for the Knights.
Yeah, it's the first time they've really, in 4 drives, been able to stop the Panthers on 3 and out.
Which was definitely needed after that unlucky fumble.
All right, so Davis now, after that fumble you speak of, hands off to Nelson. There's 2 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Another
Panthers
fumble.
calling for a fumble. There's no signal yet from the refs. That was a run up the middle by Nelson. They're going to call second down. He retains the ball. Too many bodies in the way to see what happened right there. 2-yard gain.
2 brings up 2nd and 8.
This is a time to go to what you've been talking about, Scotty, for the Knights offense and honestly the whole Knights team to kind of rally together, to live up to that family, to work together, to make something happen with just over 2 minutes left.
Knights with 2 receivers to the boundary side of the field, which is where Davis looks to that boundary side. They're running a little bit of a bubble screen for Chase Wester. He catches that ball and gets stopped right at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 8.
Yeah, number 2 for the Panthers, Aaron Belt, did a great job closing the gap, not letting anything else happen.
Yeah, which is a great tackle. Chase Wester's not an easy man to bring down, and he just drove him out of bounds. It's a really good play from the secondary of the Panthers. The Panthers' defensive backs are good. They are really good. They're young, but they're really good. The Knights again with 3 wide receivers. Handoff to Langtree. Langtree is able to move that ball down, does not go out of bounds, takes the ball all the way to the 37-yard line of the Panthers. Well, I can see why Coach DuPay was excited to get Langtree back out of that injury from fall camp. He's been limited in the number of touches he's had this week, but he's a really good, he's going to be an addition to this running game, especially when Wood comes back. They've got a nice 3-man monster going on here between Nelson, Wood, and Langtree. Same set for the Knights this time. They go over the middle to Chase Pope. Exact same setup as they ran before. It looked like they were going to run that same little bubble screen, but this time Pope releases to the inside instead of blocking with a little curl route, and Davis finds him. Pope brings the ball down and gets the first down out of it.
Yeah, the Knights offense is starting to vibe, be able to have that kind of dual threat. When they have that strong run game, it's going to open up, as you know, the throw down the field, whether that's a far pass or, you know, kind of just short and end.
Francois off to the left, Skylar Johnson to the right. He looks over to Skylar Johnson, ball over the top. Again, miscommunication with those right receivers. Skylar Johnson claps his hand and he points to Davis. He's like, yeah, you were right. It looks like Davis zigged when Johnson zagged, and they just got to read that together.
And you don't want that miscommunication with number 8 for the Panthers, Cameron Grady, on that side.
No.
Because he made him pay last time with that miscommunication.
The Knights look like they'll call a timeout.
For the timeout, Southern Virginia, their first timeout of the half.
So 2nd and 10, ball on the 27, 43 seconds left, tie game. Great back and forth. We've got some stalwart Panther fans down in front of us here, traveled all the way from Georgia to come up here. Knights are filling the stands. Pep band looking to go out and have some fun at halftime. What a great day for football.
Yeah, and a great game. Tied 21-21, 43 seconds left of this first half. And that's a drive coming from LaGrange. Over 8 hours coming up here.
The Knights have had to sub in a number of offensive linemen. Inoke Kafusi is out right now, one of the leaders of that team. Just tired. It's hot. You got the big guys are going to need to be subbed, and we'll see who's got the energy to play for 4 quarters. Big Zach Turner's in right now. Over on the left side, we also have Hayden Birch, freshman from Stanbury Park, Utah. All right, so that 3-receiver set that we keep seeing out of the Knights. Fumble. Ball still on the ground. And who falls on it? But that backup nose tackle, Kelvin Gaines. It looked like Davis wanted to pull that ball out of the belly of Bauer, and Bauer tried to hold on to it, and then it wasn't really securely in there. And then on the first hit, that ball goes on the ground, and now there's 37 seconds left, and there's 60 yards to go for the Panthers to try to put ball in the end zone.
All I got to say, Scott, is that hurts. The Knights have an opportunity to at least get some points on the board, being in field goal range, to have that mistake.
Right, that was really a mistake between the quarterback and the running back. Davis wanted to pull that ball out. 4 wide receivers go deep downfield, and it may be a fumble. Nope, they're going to call a forward pass, or they're going to call him down. I can't tell. They're going to call him in the grasp. Yeah, they're going to call in the grasp. That's a sack for the Knights' defensive line. And it's 2nd and 12. For the Panthers are going to call a timeout, stop that clock.
Yeah, that was a great tackle by number 52, Dallin Breen, for the Knights.
Yeah,
bring it down,
sack.
Lindsay.
Well, from the last time out, we're in a very different spot, Greg.
Yeah, the Knights, have an opportunity to make something happen on the offensive side. You can see those 2 big mistakes, with the interception, now the fumble, having this opportunity to get a lead, get that lead back. Definitely unlucky, but besides the first few minutes of this game, it's definitely been a battle. And LaGrange, the Panthers have been in it, and they've been fighting. They might have seen that there might have been a couple knockout punches from the Knights, but the Panthers have responded, and they're not going down easy.
That's right. And you got to give credit to that young team for bouncing back. And it's the Knights here have an extra player trying to run one off the field. They're going to get flagged for too many men on the field. It would have been a great chance for Lindsey to just throw the ball down the field, but it looks like they had a play call to just have him do a quarterback run and probably just planning on killing the clock right there. Now there's 15 seconds left in the quarter. Boy, that's coming out of a timeout, and you have 12 men on the field. That's kind of an organizational mistake. You know, they should know who's in and who's not in. Do you have your dime package in, so we're bringing off an extra defensive lineman, which was the case there. They only wanted 2 defensive linemen.
Substitution on the defense, 12 men in the field. It's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. The clock will start on the snap.
Logan Mullen was trying to get off there. The Knights only wanted 2 defensive linemen. They go into a umbrella defense, prevent defense. 3 deep. Quick out to Daquez Fryer. Let's just get him another catch.
Yeah, and the Panthers, with just 12 seconds left, still seem to be trying to get something out, possibly get down in field goal range and try to get the lead going into the half.
Pass complete, brings up third.
3rd and 5.
Down.
Knights in that same prevent defense, just trying to keep everything in front of them. 4 wide receivers for the Panthers. Over the middle. Interception by Justin Mitchell. He's going to look to return this. He has his head up. He's got a lot of blockers ahead of him, trying to stay in bounds. The clock runs out. He's taken down at the 35-yard line. Great play by Justin Mitchell.
That is huge. That can bring the spark into them starting off hot in the second half. Kind of just feeling down, maybe just a little down about with themselves, down about what's happening. To be able to get an interception, be able to get some return, you know, is going to bring the momentum and the fire to the second half.
Yeah, that's not what you want if you're looking just to kind of move the ball down a little bit. Coach Chambers probably regretting the decision of his offensive coordinator to try to push that ball down the field. I mean, you want to take chances. If you can, you're going to try and push that down. But, you know, there's risk reward in that. And it didn't really result in anything negative in terms of the scoreboard, but how can the Knights capitalize on that momentum? It's been back and forth. The Knights have had opportunities to capitalize on momentum earlier in the first half. They weren't able to do it. So we'll see what happens out of that, but definitely good for Justin Mitchell and the Knights to come out of that with feeling better about themselves after their 2 turnovers earlier.
Yeah, Scotty, to me, what it comes down to is what Coach Mulitalo said, that the turnovers and the penalties really killed us. And he said that's the difference between us winning and losing. And looking at this game, I think it's true for both teams. Who's making the most mistakes, who's having those penalties or those turnovers, and the other team capitalizing on those has been what's been leading to these touchdowns.
Yeah, that's right. You know, and both teams have, you know, the senior leadership from Davis, the junior leadership from Lindsey. He's clearly taken over that quarterback role. Like, they are committed to him. And Shedrick Lindsey is very good. And he's good at leading his team and keeping them up and using his legs and doing what he has to make plays. Davis is the same way. So even though both teams have some young players, they have some good leadership in key positions. And we'll see if either one of those offenses can really capitalize on that quarterback leadership, so you can make the best passes, and the offensive lines see who's going to break down. This is a very warm day, and this is going to be a bit of a war of attrition. And as Coach DuPay said, he thought this would go 4 quarters. So we'll come back in about 10 minutes, talk about highlights from that first half and stats, talk about what we see in the second half and a couple other tidbits we have for you. Appreciate you guys join us, and we all look forward to the second half.
Appreciate it. And you are Chris.
Everybody fall in love, fall in love. I'm a rolling stone, baby, come on. Tell me what you like every night. Girl, I know
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause and welcome back to the field our own Southern Virginia University Marching Knights. Spirit by joining the band and cheer squad in the Southern Virginia University fight song. Knight fans, please turn your attention to the south end zone for the Grace Automotive Field Goal Kick Contest. Cooper Brady, a sophomore from Una Vista.
Welcome back to Knights Stadium. We have about 4 minutes left before the second half begins. Again, Scotty Winterton here with my partner, Greg Gowdy, bringing you this broadcast live from Buena Vista, Virginia. Beautiful day, a little bit more overcast now than when we started the game, but gray clouds threatening. Hopefully rain holds off. We can continue this beautiful day. We have a great game for you, 21-21, fairly even in the stats. Greg and I want to take this moment to break down a few things, talk about the game a little bit. When you look over the stats, Greg, what are the things that are kind of sticking out to you? I mean, we're at a tie game. You feel like the stats indicate we're at a tie game?
Well, the first thing that kind of just stood out to me was, the Knights won the first quarter, and then they started getting those penalties in the second quarter, and the Panthers won that second quarter, and that's what brought them, back to this tie game. But overall, the total yards aren't like a huge difference, but the LaGrange is up with about 45 more yards in total plays, total yards. They've had more plays, and we've kind of seen that some of the mistakes that the Knights have made is what's given them those extra plays.
Right. There's two interceptions between the two teams, one for each quarterback, but 2 fumbles lost for the Knights, and costly penalties for both teams have happened. The Panthers have 7 penalties for 83 yards. The Knights have 5 penalties for 49 yards. But more important than the penalties themselves, the numbers, is when they occurred, what happened, like that roughing the kicker, right? That resulted in a 15-yard penalty. The refs had an option of throwing the 5-yard version, the running into the kicker version, and they went full-on personal foul, and then you get a long play after that and a touchdown. The Knights were going to start that play, that possession on the 48-yard line of the Panthers. I think, to me, that's one of the key plays of the first half that really enabled the Panthers to keep building on momentum and feel good about themselves.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, Scotty, that mistakes happen, and that's part of the game, that's part of life. But the key is to minimize those mistakes, make them smaller mistakes, not have costly mistakes, and be able to rally behind your teammates when it happens. And the Knights had this opportunity in this second half to rally around each other. I was in the locker room for over 3 years filming, and so I can kind of get a glimpse or I have a thought about what the coaches, especially Coach Mulitalo, what he said to the players, and I think it kind of just revolves around what we've mentioned before, is that they got to come together. They got to work together. They got to minimize those mistakes. They just got to do what they've been taught and what they've been practicing all week, all year, about those fundamentals, and just making that connection.
Yeah, I agree, Greg, and we'll see how that translates into the start of this second half. The Knights really came out and put a lot of pressure on the Panthers at the beginning of the first half. We'll have to see if they can do that again. When you look over the players themselves, Lindsey is doing a great job running. He's the leading rusher, 8 attempts, 54 yards. One of those attempts is going to be the sack. So, his 7 rushes have been really profitable for the offense. James Monroe with 7 rushes for 25 yards. On the receiving side, Dequez Fryer, 6 catches for 78 yards. And then L.J. Flint had that 173-yard over-the-top touchdown. Outside of that, really, Dequez, 6 receptions. The next, there's a couple receivers with 2 receptions. But he's been the primary target for Lindsey. And the Knights got to figure out a way to shut him down. The Panthers on defense, Hassan Tutson and Joe Thomas are leading the way with total tackles, 3 and 2 respectively. And looking over on the Knights side, the Knights offense, is really being led by the arm and the decision-making of Davis Pinkston. He's doing a great job of keeping the Knights under control. But Cade Nelson has 10 rushes for 42 yards, and Langtree has 2 rushes for 32 yards. He's going to get limited time because of his injury coming back from that. When you look at catching, 3 for Shank, 3 for Pope, 2 for Wester. And on the defensive side, you see Kamani Vaivai and Apadeka leading with 5 tackles for Kimani, 9 tackles for Apadeka. So Apadeka is really doing a great job in the middle of the field from that middle linebacker spot. And we're ready to start off. The Knights get the ball to start this second half. Another kick to Troy, and picked up by, looks like number 28 for the Knights. That was Jonah McFarland, junior defensive back from Salt Lake City. Smart play, picking up that ball.
Turned by number 28, Jonah McFarland. First down.
Yeah, we're going to need to be seeing Davis's experience, his leadership being stepped up. Hate to say it, but he's been a part of all those turnovers, whether that was an interception. And yes, it was a miscommunication with that last fumble, but he was a part of that. And so he just needs to, believe in himself. They all need to believe in each other and be able to come together for the second half.
Wester goes in motion to the left side. Handoff to Langtree. He'll push ahead for 5 yards. The offensive line working to give him another couple. 6-yard play. No, we'll call it 5 yards.
You mentioned that Langtree has an injury, but I'm not seeing it, Scotty. He's running pretty hard, and he's going after people.
Yeah, he is. It's good to. He was an unknown coming in for us. We didn't know much about him. Definitely proving that he belongs on the field. But as a freshman and not a lot of reps in the first 2 games, well, really none as he recovered. Have to see how Joe Thomas handles that left side of this line right now. Ball over the top as Skylar Johnson went high to get it. Ball just thrown a little bit too far from Davis.
Yeah, number 5 for the Panthers, Roderick Kirkland, doing a great job kind of keeping Skylar at bay, not letting him get his hands free. The pass was probably a little too high anyways, but Roderick doing a great job.
All right, trips to the right for Davis as he brings Shank in motion. Nice block by Langtree, picking up the blitz. Ball to Western. He's got a chance to run this ball down the field. Can't stay in bounds as number 3 for the Panthers, Jean Wasef Hajib, was there to run him down. Great job by Wester. Again, he does a great job watching that ball in over the top of that outside shoulder.
Yeah, amazing catch, and I think he was a little too worried about that trailer defender, which kind of just got him off balance and running out of bounds. But overall, an amazing play, an amazing way to come back and start this second half.
First and 10 Knights from the 27-yard line.
Knights come in with 3 wide receiver set. Tight end Troy and running back Langtree are in. Handoff to Langtree. Sees it lane to the right side, opened up by that big offensive line.
Alex Langtree, number 30 on the carry.
Able to gain 4 yards, 5 yards on the play. He is an efficient running back.
5 yards on the play, brings up 2nd and 5.
Nelson comes back in, spelling Langtree. Knights quickly out of the huddle. They rarely get below 10 seconds on the play clock. Play action. Davis looks over to the right as his receiver, number 84, that's Kyle Boblet, a freshman from Levine, Arizona. We have not seen much out of him. For Davis to trust that freshman, go up one-on-one, he identified that one-on-one opportunity. Boblet, whose name we have not called very much, out of Heritage Academy in Utah, did a great job. Heritage Academy out of Arizona, Levine, Arizona, did a great job pointing that ball, went over the defensive back and grabbed that thing. That was a pretty incredible play.
That was, and going over one of their star defensive backs, Cameron Grady. That is an amazing play for a freshman. Just kind of shows the threats that they have on the outside, Scotty.
Bass shanks that extra point off to the right-hand side. not like him.
Extra point no good with 13:10 remaining in the third quarter. Southern Virginia University 27, LaGrange College.
You hope that doesn't come back to haunt the Knights. Well, if you're a Knight fan, I guess, but if you're a fan of the Panthers, you'll take that. So both teams trying to come together, see what they can do to get themselves ready for the next series. Coach Hughie gathering his special teams unit around him. He would really like, Coach Hughie would, for there to be a spark from that special teams play, which is why I think you saw that roughing the kicker play, just trying to make a play. And you can't fault the player for that, but you know, you got to make sure you're not putting your own team in a hole if it doesn't work out.
Back for the Panthers.
So Knights quickly move the ball down in under 2 minutes. Score on the opening drive of the second half. Derek Bass now to take the kickoff.
Yeah, Scotty, 2 minutes, under 2 minutes, 5 plays, almost 70 yards.
Again, we have Christian Wayman on that ball. Looks to find a seam. Knights shut it down. He advances the ball to the 23-yard line, and we'll get the Panther offense for the first time this half.
Yeah, good job by Cameron Whipple getting that tackle on that kickoff, not letting the Panthers get more yardage. Scotty, I think that autumn equinox is coming a little early, bringing some rain down right now.
Well, it's hot enough right now that it might be welcome on the field. I mean, it's hot up here in the booth. I think it's even hotter down there on the field with those black pellets. All right, Lindsey goes back, hands the ball off to their number 1 running back, number 22, James Monroe, and he fights off the first tackle, fights off the second tackle. The Knights bring him down after a 5-yard gain. Excellent run.
Yeah, it's always
by Monroe.
It's always a good thing with your running backs is when they can shed the first tackle.
Knights have a player down on the field. So that offense does a really great job, and they are led by the offensive coordinator, Danny Dupay. Danny Dupay has his father here today. His father, Roger Dupay. I know that you know a little bit about Roger Dupay, Greg. I want to talk a little bit about this family legacy that the Dupays have. Roger Dupay is a 40-year legend out in the Utah high school scene. This is Leka Apadeka coming off the field. Hopefully he'll be okay because the Knights need him. Dupay has 8 championships in the last 40 years, running most of his time coaching at Skyline High School out in Utah. 8 state titles, and 2 of his sons, he's got 10 children, 2 of his sons, Danny Dupay, our offensive coordinator, and Joe Dupay, are football coaches. We'll talk more about them in a minute. Handoff there to the right side to Monroe as he looks like he's going to get right to the first down marker and then push beyond it for a 7-yard gain and a first down for the Panthers. Joe Dupay was, before Coach Mulitalo, the head coach. In fact, he was the head coach for the Knights that brought Coach Mulitalo out here and brought Danny Dupay, his younger brother, out here. And it's really cool to sit down and talk to Danny about how he feels about his father and Joe and what that family, what football has done for the Dupay family. We got a flag on the play as Monroe runs that ball 7 yards. They're doing a great job on the runs right now. That offensive line is moving on the outside. They're not running up the middle right now. They're picking those outside slots and finding space and room, and the offensive line is doing a great job. However, it looks like they're going to be called for a penalty right now. We'll see what the head ref says.
Yeah, I think it might be 59 holding.
On the offense, number 5'9", 10-yard penalty being forced at the spot of the flag. Still first down.
That's great. So the really cool story here is when Roger Dupay takes over at Skyline High School, his son Joe Dupay's senior year, they go and win the first state championship with Coach Dupay, Roger Dupay at the head. And then Joe Dupay goes on to coach. He's now coaching at Navy as a running backs coach in his second stint out there. Lindsey looking over the middle of the field. He doesn't like what he sees, and he brings it down, moves the ball 10 yards up the field, able to get back to the original line of scrimmage. And we're going to call it third and 9. Jacob Seawright with his first tackle of the day, doing a great job out there.
Yeah, that was a great job. Holding up Lindsey. If he did not hold him up, Lindsey was going to break free, possibly even get a first down, but able to hold him up. Jacob, well done.
Lindsey with 2nd and 9. Now, that was 1st and 20 because of the penalty. 2nd and 9. Lindsey with a design run, looking for space up the middle. Doesn't find much. We'll get 3 yards, and we'll have a 3rd and 6 call.
That brings up 3rd.
Opportunity for the Knights to get off the field. The Panthers were only 2 of 10 in the first half on 3rd down conversions. 3 wide receivers as Lindsey looks right, looks deep down the field. 2 Knights are there. Something was a little off on the routes there as number 6 for the Panthers and the outside receiver, I think that was 81, were both in the same arena, and that's usually not what you want out of deep routes. Justin Mitchell there to break up the pass, did a great job. Good protection for Lindsey to hold that, be able to hold that ball and look downfield.
Yeah, Justin Mitchell doing a great job, staying over the top, not letting anybody get behind him, and be able to get his hands up in there and break up that pass.
Tyler Coleman now will look to punt that ball back deep for the Knights, Chase Wester and Justin Mitchell. Not a fair catch call. Justin thought he was going to call for a fair catch. He had 2 people standing right in front of him. Shows a lot of guts there to catch that ball and look to push forward.
Well, we do know that Justin likes having the ball in his hands.
Indeed, indeed.
Overall, a great defensive stand for the Knights. Holding the Panthers, get him to punt, now able to bring the Knights offense back onto the field. And not a bad place to start their drive.
Yeah, starting from their own 28-yard line. 4 wide receiver set. Shank and Wester in the middle. Handoff, though, to Nelson as he runs to the outside. And number 5, cornerback Roderick Kirtland did a smart thing by going low on Nelson. You don't want to go high on that man.
I don't think he brings him down if he goes high.
Well, he might, but you're going to pay the price for it. Excellent tackler, though. Kirtland's a really good tackler. He's shown a propensity to stick his nose in, make tackles. Really like these defensive backs.
Yeah, they've been, the ones that have been standing on their heads, making plays happen for the Panthers defense.
A little bit of motion for the Knights as Davis steps up, look to connect with Wester and not able to find the mark. Wester was well covered by number 1, DeMarcus Densmore. DeMarcus Densmore's mother, Tisha, is down here in front of us. Had a chance to talk with her at halftime. Super proud mama. Her son, Densmore, is quite a player, too. One of those stalwart defensive backs. Plays in there next to Kleinell Johnson, who came in leading the conference in solo tackles. Handoff to the inside to Nelson. That thing is shut down by big number 92, Dontre Mike. Big freshman, 6 foot 230 out of Savannah, Georgia, but he looks more than 230 to me.
Brings up 4th.
He was assisted on that number 96, Denver Griffs, on that right side from Webster, Florida.
Yeah, it looked like Cade just kind of ran into his own player trying to get that first down.
Here we go. 4th and 1. The Knights go for it. Looking down the field. Just off the fingertips of number 17, Adrian Howard. Sophomore out of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Usually that's a punt from Davis Pinkston, but This time he pulls it down, and it was a good look. Howard just not able to get his feet around and get his body position to bring that thing down.
Well, the Panthers now starting in a great position, short field,
from
under
the
40 yards.
37-yard line of the Knights.
We know that the Knights offense can capitalize on short field. The Panthers have the threats to be able to do so as well.
That would have been a great catch by Howard. He put a lot of effort into that.
Yeah.
Knights in press coverage down on the near side. 4 wide receivers. Ball goes out. This is number 20 for the Panthers, Josh Bell, his best run of the day. He throws the cornerback 22 for the Knights on the tackle, Dylan Andrew, out of bounds. That was his best run by far. Again, getting to the outside, right? If you're going to run against this team today, the Knights defensive line is shutting down that middle, so the Panthers are doing a great job finding the outside.
They are. They're able to contain and be able to get out there.
1st and 10, ball on the 24-yard line. Trips to the right, press coverage to the left. This time, Lindsey looks for the slant and then finds, coming out of the backfield into the flat was Josh Bell. That was a well-conceived play. The slant wasn't there. Dylan Andrew did a great job shutting down the slant, but then Bell coming out of the sneaking through, looking like he was going to block, comes out into the flat, and that was going to go for a long ways if Bell comes down with that.
Yeah, just a little too high, just hard to bring in.
We have stoppage in play by the refs. Back judge coming in. A little conversation. Maybe they're not sure what they're going to do for dinner. They want to come over and get some advice from the athletic trainer, Paul. He's a great athletic trainer. Not sure what this is all about.
We have lightning within 5 miles. We're going to suspend the game for a while. Please, everybody in the stands, I think you need to leave the stands. It's not our call. Players going to leave the field.
So I should have known this. When you see the athletic trainer stop the play, he actually is the man that holds the most power on the field, because at his word, this thing is done. And I don't mean forever, just suspended until we can have this lightning cell move past us. So lightning delay, generally you got to wait 30 minutes between lightning strikes. So I'm hoping that this thing, I mean, the way the clouds are moving, it shouldn't be over the top of us, but there's a certain distance that you are required to, as an athletic training medical staff, suspend play. Paul doing the right thing. He's an excellent athletic trainer, takes really good care of this team. He comes in and stops the game, rightfully so. Fans are asked to clear the field, and I guess that means us clearing, I don't know, we can probably stay inside here, Greg. I don't know, what do you want to do? Or we can brave it out, have a nice conversation. I don't know. Let's, we have some comments right now coming from the YouTube feed, which is kind of interesting. I've been trying to kind of catch up, all you out there. It's something that we try to keep a tab on, see if anybody has questions, and we're willing to answer those. But this opportunity for us to talk with our fans, otherwise, I don't know, Greg, this is a new experience for us and having it shut down. I'm not sure I can keep talking for 30 minutes.
I'm not for sure either, and I don't know if I'm brave enough to stay out here with lightning just around 5 miles away, Scotty. But yeah, it's awesome having over 300 of you guys watching from afar, from wherever you're at. We really appreciate you guys joining us today. It's been a great game, and up until now, it was a great day for football, but we do have this delay. And hopefully it's just one 30-minute delay and we can get back to action.
So we're going to take a break here, and we'll keep you updated on the timing, and we'll come back now and then and let you know how things are proceeding in terms of the delay. Feel free to keep your YouTube feed up. We're going to probably keep the feed live, but we'll go off air for a minute and come back on and keep you updated. Welcome back to Knight Stadium. We have, maybe 215 people, it looks like, watching on the stream. Down about 75 or so from those that were on before. We are right back at this. It's a little bit rainy. It's nice and clear, though. I mean, it's a little overcast, but apparently the lightning is gone. The rain coming down will not affect this play for sure. We got 2nd and 10 on the Knights' 24-yard line, and we're glad all you that stuck around. 8:24 left in the second half, the third quarter here, first quarter of the second half. Incomplete pass from Lindsey, looking over to his L.J. Flint, the person who, the young man who caught that long pass for the touchdown. He's second leading receiver coming in this game for the Panthers. And I know that we don't have the clock overlay on the stream right now, so we'll do a better job of talking about the clock and things like that. Lindsey back to pass, pressure up the middle on the blitz. He finds his receiver, number 7, Dana Lucas Jr., sophomore wide receiver out of Snellville, Georgia. I believe that's his first catch of the game. Lindsey's got his running back, 23, Aubrey Carter, in right now. We have a 3-receiver set, plus that excellent tight end, Daquez Fryer.
Yeah, that was a great job getting to the first down and making that catch to get a new 1st and 10.
Handoff to number 23, Aubrey Carter. He tries to make something over on the left side of the line. That's where the Panthers have had their most success, is pushing off to either side of the field and not running up the middle. Most of their success has been up the left or right side of the field, finding those alleys. Trips to the field side with Daquez Fryer on the boundary side of the line. .7:21 left in the game, clock counting down. Ball goes up top. We've got a great look to Daquez Fryer, and flag goes down. It looks like that's going to be on Dylan Andrew. He did a good job manning up to start with, but Fryer is such a load, and he was not able to stop that play from happening without garnering the PI flag. That flag came out right away.
Defensive pass interference, number 22. Because the ball is inside the 2-yard line, the spot of the foul, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line, 1st and goal.
Ball being placed at the 2-yard line. By rule, foul is inside the 2-yard line. That's where the ball will be placed.
The Knights need to step up right here. Not really what you want with that PI, but I'm not for sure if Cameron didn't do that, they might have had a touchdown.
So the Knights right here not happy, Coach Mulitalo not happy with the setup, and they call a defensive timeout. One thing of note, we've had a jersey change. Kimani Vaivai, no longer number 99 since his jersey got torn off him, and so now he's sporting the number 94.
Looks like Leka's back out too, which is nice. He got out for a little bit with some injury, but doesn't seem to be holding him back from continuing to play this game.
Knights Jamar Robinson playing on the left side, and number 22 Dylan Andrew on the right at corner. Design run for Lindsey, and he pushes it in over the right side of that line. Big time play, great blocking. Flag goes down. I think they're going to call him for spiking the ball. This is not the NFL, and you are not allowed to spike the ball in college football. So that is going to be a personal foul. The Knights get to choose.
After the play, there's unsportsmanlike conduct. Number 9 in the offense spiking the ball. It's number 9's first unsportsmanlike conduct. The penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
Penalty being assessed on the kickoff, so they'll kick off from the 20-yard line.
Scotty,
Great run, though.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel like a player with this water coming through our little, little tent. I'm in the action now.
That ball looked like it was going to get blocked. Didn't quite. Got through. No spin on the ball. Just kind of lame duck through the upright. But through the upright is through the upright. And now the Panthers lead 28-27. Their first lead of the game, Greg.
Yep, with 7:14 left in the third quarter. Kind of a tough place to be as a defense, the night defense coming out after that rain delay. The Panthers in a short field had time to, kind of rally together, and the Panthers came out, which is what you want if you're a Panther fan.
So about half of this quarter done, and both teams have been able to move the ball on offense. So, and this is what we talked about at halftime, Greg. Like, which team was going to have to come out, and who's going to be able to come out and show their prowess on the field in terms of moving the ball and avoiding mistakes. And both offenses came out and showed they got something.
Well, having that penalty applied to the kickoff will give an opportunity possibly for the Knights to be in a shorter field.
28 for the Knights. Jonah McFarland fields that short kick, takes it up to the 42-yard line, and the Knights will start their offensive series there.
And that's close to their short field where they've been, I think, 3-3. So being starting right here over the 40, just over 50 yards to get to, puts the Knights offense in a great position to kind of bounce back, respond to the Panthers touchdown.
Right. So we have double running back set in the shotgun, normal shotgun, handoff to Langtree, but big number 93, stalwart in that front line, Joe Thomas, wraps up Langtree. First time he's been stopped in the backfield. But you're going to have to double team Joe Thomas when you're going to run to his side. He gets into the backfield every single time if you're going one-on-one with him. Great solo tackle by Joe. He lines up now in the A-gap on the right side. Pinkston fakes the handoff, play action over the middle. Great hands. Oh, they're going to call number 5, Roderick Kirtland, for that hand on the back, and you call him for pass interference. He did a great job getting his right hand in front of Chase Pope, but he had that back left hand hooked around Chase, and they're going to call him for the pass interference.
Yeah, that kind of just gives, again, that extra life, that extra breath to the Knights offense. We noticed in the first half that those that were making the most mistakes that had the penalties was giving the other team the opportunities to make something happen. And that, I'm sure, is something that was mentioned during the half, during that rain delay, to just play a little bit more sound football and just do your job.
And that's a question. How do you come out of a 30-minute sit-down when you're warmed up, you're going? Who's the team that can get going first? Who's the team that can stay mentally focused? It's a really hard thing to do. I remember playing in a national championship game in St. Louis, lacrosse game, and we had a lightning delay, a weather delay. And it's really hard to come out in a game and focus in and get that energy back up and not let your body tighten up. So, whoever can do that, get up and running first, they're going to be the ones that, are able to show the consistency early on. But, we saw it out of the Panthers right away, coming in and scoring. Pinkston gets blitzed. Ball goes down the field, and he finds Skylar Johnson on the diving catch in front of their leading tackler, Kleinell Johnson. Lands at the 1-yard line, and it'll be Knights first and goal from the 1.
That was a great throw. And again, we've talked about it, and we'll probably keep talking about it. Pinkston just giving his receivers, these amazing catchers, an opportunity to go get the ball. And every time that Pinkston does that, the receivers have been able to capitalize.
That was the best catch of the game by a Knights receiver, Skylar Johnson. I think that was his first catch. Good job coming across the middle right there. Knights handoff up the middle. There's a grind right at the touch line, and Cade Nelson unable to get through. Great job by the Knights. Again, that's Kynell Johnson, not able to stop the reception in the play before, but right there, plugs the hole, wraps up Nelson, doesn't let him go any farther.
That's a big stop. That's awesome.
Yeah, he grabbed him and said, "Ye shall not pass." That was great.
Pulling a little Gandalf on us, Scotty?
Oh, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Me either.
I came up with that all on my own. I'm not saying Cade Nelson is a Balrog, but...
You're going a little too deep for me.
Yeah, I'm a nerd like that. Oh, I'm total fanboying right now over Lord of the Rings. Here we go, hand off the inside again to Cade Nelson. He slips and falls. This time, number 51 clogs the lane. There was no room. Cameron Dunnings, defensive lineman out of Americus, Georgia, grabbed him and stopped him. Cade kind of slipped as he was trying to drive through that. 3rd and 1. And we'll call it less than 1. It's 3rd and about 3 inches. You know, it's hard when you run only a shotgun set that your running backs can never get a real downhill go before the handoff. We have a timeout interesting timeout by the Panthers.
Yeah, the coaches were running on the field trying to get that one. They obviously didn't like what they were seeing.
You know, that's an interesting question. Do you call that timeout when it's a close game, knowing that the odds of stopping 2 more? I would think the Knights would go for it. I mean, I think Coach Mulitalo is a bit of an aggressive coach, and he's given Danny Dupay, who came out of talking about his father, triple option kind of background, loves running the ball. And I think he believed when you got Cade Nelson and you got those guys up front, you know, just run away from Joe Thomas, right? And you've got a pretty good shot of getting it in, even though the Panthers have stood on their head twice now to stop both of those first and goals from the ones.
Yeah, and that would be a huge stop for the Panthers if they are able to stop the Knights offense 2 more times, especially after coming out of that rain delay, getting a touchdown. That would definitely, you know, keep this momentum coming for them. And they've been riding that momentum basically ever since their kind of just a few mistakes in the first quarter. They've been making some big plays coming
for sure.
back.
All right, here we have trips to the right, Cade Nelson. Pinkston's going to keep this one himself. Looked like it was an option play, but Pinkston was never going to pitch that ball. He found that strong play off the left side, that blocking by Sifotu Levea. Strong, pushed off that left side, behind also Inoke Kafusi. Those guys doing a great job.
Yeah,
and open that lane for Pinkston.
Great play and great execution.
So the Knights missed the last extra point. Are they going to chase extra point? Chase a point with a 2-pointer? Nope. Bass comes in. Holding the ball is Jake Lindsay, backup quarterback. Ball's down, and this time he's able to split the uprights. So now the Knights jump ahead by 6. Score, and then a score, and then a score.
Yep. I guess the 100% where the offense is going to score is now moved from the 50-yard line back to about the 44.
Okay.
So,
well, let's see if the Panthers can respond. They clearly had a good game plan coming in for that first drive. Again, leaning on the shoulders of Lindsay. And finally scoring that touchdown. Though a mistake on his part on the spike gave that short field to the Knights. So, you just don't want that to happen. You want to play a little cleaner than that. And, he's a junior. He's not one of these freshmen. So that's something I don't think he'll repeat that mistake again, learning process. But it was on his shoulders they got there in the first place. Yep. So I'm sure that he'll be itching to go in and make up for that mistake and get him in the end zone again.
Back to receive for the Panthers, number 26, Christian Raymond.
You know, I was thinking back to that almost interception by Jacob Taloa. I'll get back to that in just a second. Again, we have number 26, Christian Wayman back there, calls for the fair catch. Jacob Taloa missed the last 2 weeks. Missed the fall camp because his baby was born. So he has been on campus for just 2 weeks. Number 5, that ball that went over the head and they scored that long touchdown. So, you know, congratulations to him for having the baby. The Knights have several married players on this team, including Justin Mitchell, Davis Pinkston, Jacob Taloa, and a baby or two. It's a great family atmosphere.
Well, that's what this team's all about.
That is what this team's all about. Lindsey now, he's got 2 receivers to the left. Fryer lined up.
Short time.
Up the middle this time, and the Knights are able to clog that. Just not where they've had success. You know, you don't want to abandon it altogether. You want to keep the defense honest, but clearly there's just not a lot of running room there for James Monroe.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the Knights defense come out strong and be able to clog up that middle and then also stay consistent with it all game.
The Panthers now going quick. 3:28 left in the quarter. 19 seconds on the clock when he snaps it. Finds Fryer, and he takes 6 guys to bring him down. It was a great stop and pop by Dylan Andrew, but you're not going to bring him down on your own, Dylan. He knows this. Just grab the legs and hang on for dear life and hope 6 other guys come, and that's what it'll take to put Fryer down.
Yep, and we'll take that, right? We don't want the missed tackle. We want either, you know, the first tackle one-on-one or be able to hold them up and have your team rally with you.
Right. If you're a Knights fan, that's, you know, what you're looking for. Logan Mullen in on the right side. Kamani Vaivai there up the middle. The Knights blitz. A linebacker, ball over the middle. Number 10 is there, but he committed the same mistake. I think it's the right call. His hand, that was Wester reaching across with his left hand to knock the ball down, but what they're going to call is that right hand on the back of the receiver. And they made the same call before against the against the Panthers for that pass interference earlier on the last night's offensive drive.
Defensive pass interference, number 10, 15-yard penalty in the previous spot, first down.
I think you got to call it again. If you're calling it one way, you got to call it the other way.
Yep.
We got Dallin Breen, Kamani Vaivai, and let's see, Logan Mullen there on the defensive line. Leka Apadeka is back in, which is good to see off that injury. Ball run to the outside. The Knights not really there, and Monroe able to get, call it 7 yards off that. 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4.
Yeah, so what we need to see now, Scotty, is this defense round around each other. We've seen in the past this game when they have made a mistake and the offense for the Panthers have had given an extra life that they've been able to capitalize, and the defense hasn't been able to stop them. And so this defense, they made a mistake. It's whatever. You got to move past it and be able to get the stop. Don't let them go down and continue this drive.
Yep. That was Jason Ciosi's 11th tackle of the game, leading the team in tackles. This time to the outside with Monroe. He looks for a lane. He finds one, gets the first down. Zone blocking from the offensive line of the Panthers. His job on that stretch play, Monroe, just to find the lane and then drive up. You only need 4 yards. He found 4 yards, maybe even 5. 1st and 10 on the 43.
Yeah, it looked like for a split second that the defense was going to be able to handle that outside run, but they were able to find that little lane.
Jamar Robinson on the near side, lined up against number 81 with the stop and go, but that would look like he was going to escape. It looked like Lindsey was going to pop out of that, being chased down from Logan Mullen. 3-man rush from the Knights. The reason that was so hard for Lindsey to find anybody was the Knights had dropped 8. And there was just not anybody open. They're doing a great job on the press coverage on the outsides with Jamar Robinson. Really did a great job on 81 on the near side against let's see, that was 81 for the Panthers, Dejon Weaver. This time Lindsey goes back. Ball tips off the hand of the I think that was, they call it the Knight player. It's a fifth defensive back, tips off his hands, and of course Fryer's going to watch that thing in.
Yeah.
That was a almost interception, and he had daylight all the way down the field. Second opportunity for an interception for the Knights. Panthers again trying to go fast, keep the pressure on the Knights defense, not allow them to sub.
Had another life.
We got an outside run. Great cut by the running back, number 20 for the Panthers, Josh Bell. He runs for 11 yards, gets the first down. The Knights did a great job of turning that edge upfield. There was just no linebacker there to catch him when he cut upfield.
Yep.
Flag down on the Knights as the defensive lineman tried to get back in. Mullen just couldn't get there. I think they're going to call offsides. This quick play by the Panthers have caught the Knights napping a little bit. Let's see what they're calling.
But offsides on the defense, it's a 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. Replay the down.
So 1st and 5. That penalty comes from the quick play. Lindsey getting the offense up really quick. Shedrick Lindsey's really controlling this offense now. This is his play right now. He's controlling how these Panthers are moving the ball. He's in great control. He's got a couple different running backs that are doing really, really well.
Brings up 2nd and 3.
Yeah, the Knight defense just needs to respond, needs to kind of stop the bleeding. Again, that's 2 penalties that the defense has gotten on this drive, and they just need to just tighten up.
Lindsey looking to the right side, over the top. Looks like feet of number 3, Jashari Anderson, and Dylan Andrew, the cornerback for the Knights, got tangled up a little bit. No flag comes in from the judge, who was right there. The field judge on the right side was right there and didn't call anything. All right, 3rd and 3. Another opportunity for the Knights to make a play, or for the Panthers to get a first down, keep this drive alive. Currently, they're 4 of 13 on 3rd down efficiency. Run by Lindsey, designed run. He finds the space that he needs, and he will get that first down. Right side of that line, moving strong, is tight end, number 87, blocking hard. That was Toby Upshaw. He's found success over the right side of that line.
1st and goal from the 5-yard line.
So 1st and goal from the 5. Great job by the offense. Good play calling.
Yeah, great execution.
Kendall Todd, Jared Rutherford's the offensive coordinator for the Panthers, doing a great job on the play calling.
Quarterback keeper, number 9, Lindsey.
Lindsey keeps that one, and that's the end of the 3rd quarter. I know I got to do a better job without the clock on the overlay to calling out that clock. We'll do a better job, Greg. Keep me in check here. All right, so the Knights go up and, tied coming into this second half, 21-21. The Knights able to put 13 up on the board while the Panthers put up 7, but here they are knocking. 2nd and 2 from 2nd and goal from the 2.
And what the Panthers are doing good is with those designed runs for Lindsey is giving Lindsey an extra blocker by using their back in the backfield to be able to come up and handle some of the pressure that the Knights are putting on the front 5.
I look around here and, we're trying to cover up. There's Panther technology. They got kind of a box set up here right underneath us. Tyler Wright, the Knights filmer for the big eye in the sky picture. I know his dad Paul's out there watching. Got 2 Wrights here at SVU. His daughter's a freshman. I know her really well. Tyler as well. All you out there that are watching, hopefully you're enjoying this game, because this is going to be a great 4th quarter as Lindsey hands the ball off to Monroe. There's a flag on the play. Lindsay turns around. He's like, what's that all about? Monroe looked like he was going to come over the top and make it in. Let's see what the head referee calls.
Full start. The offense, left guard, 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
Left guard is called for a false start.
Okay.
Oh, let's see.
Set the clock to 15 minutes. Please
So,
set the clock, game clock to 15
second and 7 now. Second and goal from the 7. And Lindsay will go into the shotgun. Bit of a pistol formation with Monroe behind him. Triple tight ends to the right. That's where Monroe's going to run. Taken down by number 33 for the Knights. That's Cole Oldham jumping in there from West Valley City, Utah. Great single tackle by Oldham.
Yeah, be able to get that false start, giving the Knights defense a little more room to breathe, and then having that great tackle again by number 33, Cole.
Colby Lee limps off the field, the offensive lineman. All right, now Lindsay, Monroe's off to his left. He's got 2 wide receivers to his right. He's going to look over to Fryer. That's a great place to go. But Justin Mitchell, strong defensive back, free safety for the Knights. That's a great matchup when you put Fryer and Mitchell together. I think the Knights need to have Mitchell shadowing Fryer if they can get that in their defensive set, because in a lot of other instances against a smaller defensive back, Fryer would have caught that ball, and we see Mitchell lining up again, man-to-man defense. 4th and 6. This is a great opportunity for the Panthers to go ahead. Ball across the middle, great slant route, number 89 for the Panthers. That's Johnny Williams, freshman out of Fayetteville, Georgia, 5'10", 155. That is a great catch and throw. Excellent slant route, across the face of his defender, and comes up big with the catch. Lindsay putting that ball right in the breadbasket.
Yeah, great time to go on 4th down and just trusting your offense to get something to play. He threaded that needle on that pass right between 2 Knight defenders.
14-20 left in the 4th quarter. LaGrange Panthers.
So that missed extra point still coming back to haunt the Knights as now they go down by 1. And that would put 14-20 on the clock. And we'll see what the Knights can do in response. Great drive by the Panthers to move that ball down the field. Overcome a couple penalties. That false start could have been a killer. 4th and 6, and they put the ball in. That's fantastic play from the Panthers. Knights put Huxford out of Stansbury Park, Utah, back to receive with his teammate Jake Lindsay. Crew going to let this ball bounce into the end zone. And it's going to be a touchback. He needed to get on that ball. He didn't really realize that ball was going to be live. So he had to get on it. The motion of the ball going into the end zone of its own accord allows it to be a touchback if he gets on it.
Got a little lucky there.
So that's,
luckily the team worked together to help him to get on the ball.
There were a lot of people helping Crew right there know what he needed to do next. And fortunately, he had the wherewithal to jump on that ball. And look back behind me here, and who do I see but Joe Dupay. Welcome, the Dupay family.
Go Knights, baby.
Go Knights. Thank you, Coach Dupay, visiting us from his stint up where he's coaching the Naval Academy and the running backs. So here we go. Pinkston in shotgun. Hands that ball off to Langtree. Langtree fighting off the ankle tackle, is able to get a couple yards after contact. Let's call it 4, and we'll go second and 5. Great run by Langtree. I'm really impressed with that young man.
He is stepping up and just making it hard. Making the first tackler miss is always a good sign of a great running back, making the defense actually work. All
right, this time SVU comes to the line with Shank in the slot, 2 receivers to the right. Play action. Ball finds Shank on the right-hand side, a little down and out route. Hard out, and it was an awesome pass by Pinkston to find him. Enough for the first down. They were just looking to get to that yard marker. The Knights still in this 3-receiver set. Fullback 44, Cooper Stokes. Langtree to the left of Pinkston. Pinkston hands the ball off to Langtree. He finds a lane, breaks through the first tackle. That was a great step in, but from 24, Jonathan Williams, one of the few seniors on the team out of Bamberg, South Carolina. But Langtree ran him over. He did what he needed to do, though, stop the momentum of Langtree, and then his teammates came and cleaned up the mess. 4-yard gain.
Yeah.
Knights. Sorry, go ahead, Greg.
Nope, you're definitely preventing anything worse from happening by being able to hold him up. The Knights offense is definitely be relying on Pinkston and his leadership and his skills.
That's a similar play to what we saw before, but this time no penalty is called. Great tip from the defensive back from the Panthers. Ball pops in the air on that slant play, and I believe it was number 11, right?
Pretty sure.
Yep. Client. Is that who it was? Yeah. Johnson was there for the catch. You make your own luck. He put himself in a good spot. Great deflection from the defensive back of the Panthers, popping that ball in the air. Interception made by Johnson. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's DeMarquez Densmore that was on that tip. Mom Tisha certainly proud of that as she sat and watched that play. Four-yard gain for a gang tackle from the Knights. Aubrey Carter there. Panthers go back into their hurry-up offense. It worked for them well before. Lindsay has Dana Lucas off to his left and LJ Flint to his right. Of course, Fryer's in. Little play action. And Jamar Robinson reads that thing perfectly. Steps up, goes down. From out of Manistee, California, Chaparral High School did a great job reading that play.
That's big. This defense needs to get a 3 and out here. Hopefully keep the Panthers out of field goal range. Not for sure how long this kicker can kick, but if they can hold him here, not get any gain, that'd be huge. There's just a little bleeding from that turnover. The Knights defense needs to step up and get this Panther offense off the field.
The Knights in man-to-man defense. Interception by Jason Ciosi as he cuts across the face of that in route. Lindsay looking to find LJ Flint. Not able to connect on that. Ciosi intercepts the ball, puts the Knights in position to come back down the field with energy, momentum on their side.
Jason stepping up, being a huge leader on the defensive side, reading that play on target, cut right in front of the Panthers receiver. That's a great way. Now celebrating on the sideline with their tradition of being dubbed with the Knight sword.
What are they dubbed? King for a moment? A Knight?
Knight
I love
for
it.
life.
Knight for life. Let's go. Davis looking to the left. Pocket collapses on him. He puts his shoulder down. Ball pops out. Looks like Pope might have fallen on it. I'm not sure he was down. He went down. The ball popped out before his shoulder hit the ground. He was on top of the defender. Chase Pope was Johnny on the spot to fall on that ball. And when all's said and done, call it a yard gain, and we're 2nd and 9. Boy, it didn't have much turnover in the first quarter through the second quarter, but turnovers just started to rear their ugly head for both teams.
Yep.
Hand off to Caden Nelson up the middle. finds a slide avenue and moves himself forward about 5 yards, 6 yards. It's going to be 3rd and 2. 3rd and 1.
Brings up 3rd and 1.
My heart's racing a little bit after that fumble. Glad to see the Knights offense still on the field. Luckily that Pope was able to recover that. And that was a great run by Cade Nelson, getting us close to hopefully an easier 3rd down conversion, keep this drive going.
Out of the pistol, handoff to Nelson. He finds the room, running across the right side there. If you're going to run behind Tungalo, hold on. Flag down. I'm not sure what the call is going to be. I was going to say.
We had a dead ball, personal foul, number 8 in the defense. It's a 15-yard penalty. Out of the line. First down.
Yeah, that was Cameron Grady. The late hit, playing after the whistle. I was going to say, running behind Tongalei and Kafusi is a smart play, and that's where the Knights ran the last 2 runs. Really great job finding space by Cade Nelson, getting the first down. Again, this Panthers defense, they do not play deep at all. Their free safety, number 1, DeMarquez Densmore, he's up. He's only about 12 yards back from the line of scrimmage. They're playing man-to-man and not playing a too deep zone. Pump fake by Davis as he throws it up. And speaking of Densmore, he comes down with that ball, pushing it up the field. The Knights chase him down all the way to the 30-yard line. Densmore reading that pump fake really well. Able to come down with that ball. Chase Pope had a defensive back in front of him and over the top with DeMarquez Densmore, and Densmore comes down with that interception. Nice player hobbling off the field. Inoki Kafusi is down.
Yeah, Densmore timed that jump perfectly and was able to get in front of Pope to get that interception, and I guess right there shows you why they're not putting their free safeties back very far.
He can cover it.
Yep, they're covering it, and they're asking, the Knights to try to test them.
Athletic training staff out there looking over Kafusi. Kafusi is a really important player. Another player out of Roosevelt, Utah. Had some shout out last week for the Uinta Basin. Got to do it again. A standout there at Union High School. Union High School is the alma mater for both of my parents.
Where's that?
Little known fact. Roosevelt, Utah. You want me to say it again?
Yep.
Go Basonites. My mom, rodeo queen. Shout out to Dr. J. Joyce Levitt. Now she works for NASA.
Whoa.
Rodeo queen. That woman can tie a diamond hitch on a pack horse, or she can, help people learn how to send rockets to the moon.
Did she ever use that skill on you running away?
That was a yellow bat she chased me with, I think, if I remember right. All right, so the Knights helping Kafusi off. That's going to be a bit of a knock on the Knights' offensive line. He's a real leader on that O-line. He's a great player. So 1st and 10 off of that turnover. Lindsay takes his team with a 1-point lead, hands the ball off, looking to get to the outside is Monroe. Siosi says, you will have none of that. Little physical play afterwards. Siosi puts his hands up and walks away. Good tackle, no gain. One of the few times that when Monroe's got to the edge, he hasn't managed to get some positive yardage.
Yeah, that was great execution by the defense.
2 receivers to the boundary field side. Look like an RPO. Monroe this time cuts it upfield after running off that left side. Looks like he was going to try to get to the wide side of the field, but puts his foot down, cuts upfield, and gets a first down off that run. That was a great run by Monroe.
Yeah, great run.
Again, the hurry-up offense for Lindsay. Lindsay pulls it out. RPO finds Fryer on the right side. I didn't know it was Fryer. I'm just going to assume it's Fryer, and of course it's Fryer.
Defense needs to step up now. Again, it's rough to be put in the situation with the offense having that turnover, but this is what they do on the defensive side, so they should be, itching at the bit, trying to make some plays.
Over the right side, this time ball goes through the hands of the tight end, 83, Mateus Nunez.
Pass intended for number 83, Mateus Nunez.
I believe Fryer has 9 catches for 99 yards. I'm not sure if they updated on that last catch, showing eight catches for 99 yards. This would be his second 100-yard game. He is just a really great target for Lindsay. Lindsay again with the RPO. Bounces the ball outside, fumbles. Ball's still on the ground. Knights and Panthers fighting for the ball. Don't know who falls on it. Knights are pointing their way. Four Knights had a shot at it. 2 Panthers had a shot at it. And it looks like the Knights come away with the ball. Lindsay did a great job bouncing that ball out to the outside. It looks like he might have just tried to change hands. As he tried to change hands into his left, that ball slipped out, wet ball, and the Knights end up recovering it as it was one of those greased pig drills.
Yeah, it kind of seems a little curse for the offenses right now, having turnovers after turnover. But a good, just, little breathing room for the Knights, not getting another touchdown, not going down, total of possibly 8 points, bringing the Knight offense out on the field.
Knights come in with 3 receivers, tight end and running back, hand off to Langtree. He finds room, a little bit of room on the outside, fights for about 2 yards, maybe just 1.
Number 30, Alex Langtree on the carry.
Yeah, I think on that play, Lindsay, when he was juking, moving to the left, his left elbow actually hit his O-line, which is what dislodged the ball. Kind of going back and watching the replay, just unlucky.
3 receiver set, Chase Pope to the near side, Francois and Shank in the slot. Tight end to the right, shotgun for Davis. Little RPO, he's got a man in front of him. Just throws that ball away. That was great defense from the defensive line. Denver Griffiths, that freshman, 6'1", 200-pound out of Webster, Florida, South Sumter High School. Did a great job of tracking down Davis on that. Davis had a hard time seeing over the top of that and really just threw the ball away. Brings up 3rd and 8.
Yeah, the Panthers' defensive line is stepping up. Might be young, might have some young bucks out there, but they are making plays.
Panthers in man-to-man defense. Shank on motion. Across the middle. It looked like Davis hurried that throw a little bit. He had Wester open on that inside slant route, and he just threw it behind him. Ball falls harmlessly to the ground, and the Knights will be forced to punt.
Yeah.
Derek Bass coming in to do the long punting duties.
The Panthers did a great job pressuring the Knights' right side on their O-line. The defensive end coming in almost free, and then a linebacker coming in, I think, pressuring Davis to be a little bit faster than he wanted.
Yeah, he wasn't able to really step in and throw that ball the way he wanted to. Definitely had Wester open. I think this might be Bass's first punt of the day because Pinkston has taken all the punts. Gets off a good punt. See which bounce it takes. Kind of a neutral bounce. Ball down to the 45. And there's a short field for the Panthers. Do a good job weathering that turnover.
Yep.
So 7:43 left in the quarter as Lindsay brings his team onto the field. Knights have, or rather the Panthers have really settled in on Lindsey as their starting quarterback. He's got Monroe to his left. 2 receivers to the right, 2 tight end set. He's got his tight end 87 in his H-back position. Fryer blocks to the right side. Running off that right side is Moreau. He's able to bounce it outside his tackle. Missed tackle by Jamar Robinson, and he's chased down by the Knights safeties.
That's a huge play for the Panthers.
Great bounce from Monroe. Nobody on the Knights there to set the edge and turn him back inside. He bounces it out, gets to the second level. And it takes Cole Oldham and Justin Mitchell to bring him down. Great run. That's maybe his best run of the day. Similar setup and out to the left side. Another handoff. Broken tackle. Apodeka is unable to bring him down in the backfield, and he gets 10 yards on the run, maybe 9. And Monroe is feeling it. And that offensive line is moving the ball. They are getting upfield. He's not really facing many linebackers until he's getting past the line. There's nobody filling holes. Apodeka was there, but he just shed that like Apodeka hadn't touched him.
Yeah. It's plaguing the Knight defense right now, is missing the first tackle.
Subbing now is Josh Bell. Same setup 3 times in a row. They've come in with this exact same formation. Double tight end set with an H-back position and Fryer to the right. H-back goes in motion. Bell steps over the line. He gets met by Jason Ciosi, and the rest of the Knights come in to clean it up with him. That was a good one-on-one with Bell and Ciosi, 2 strong players.
Yeah, doing a great job wrapping up. Not able to bring him down by himself, but able to hold him up, make sure he didn't gain any extra yards.
All he wanted to do was get the first down, though, so now it's 1st and goal, 6 minutes left. 1st and goal from the 6. Panthers bring in their big package. They've got Fryer along with 2 other tight ends in, Bell in the backfield. It's a design run for Lindsey. He's hit. It looks like the ball might have gone on the ground. No, nobody's calling that. Hit, spun around on that design draw play for Lindsey. Jason Ciosi again getting up in the middle of that pile.
Yeah, he's probably coming up on 15 or so tackles. The Knight defense definitely prepared for that design run for Lindsey.
I think their best runs come when they go in this, right now in this package that they're in, where they spread out the Knights a little bit and run behind Fryer. This time handoff up the middle. It was an RPO play, and Lindsey decided to give it to Monroe.
Yeah.
3rd and goal.
Kamani Vaivai in on the line. So right now you've got Sean Erickson. No, Sean Erickson just came off. You got Logan Mullen, Dallin Breen, and Kimani on the front line there.
With just under 5 minutes left of this game.
Big package for the Panthers. 3rd and goal from the 4. Designed run for Lindsey. Tries to bounce it outside. Taloa there to turn him back inside, and 3 Knights come in to help out.
Yeah.
Loses a yard on the play, so that's going to make it 4th and 7. 4th and goal from the 7, and it looks like Coach Chambers is bringing on his kick team. They're going to look to put 3 more on the board. Big number 98, Alex Rivera, the junior out of Forsyth, Georgia.
Hey,
Knights call a timeout.
Aleka.
Knights are grabbing knees, hands on hips. This defense is tired. 4 minutes, 4 seconds left in the half. This will put the Panthers up by 4 points, making it a touchdown to go ahead for the Knights. Again, that missed extra point coming into play. That a field goal would not tie it up.
That's pretty big for the Knight defense, though. Besides that first play, which was massive for the Panthers and brought them to this red zone and close to the goal and able to, try to get this field goal, the Knight defense stepped up, made some big stops, and is able to at least hold them to a potential just field goal rather than a touchdown. But let's be wary. They have done a trick play this game, so we'll see what they do. The Panthers.
Knights now only have 1 timeout left also, Greg. 2 timeouts for the Panthers.
With just over 4 minutes left of this game.
Ball's down. It's up, and it looks like it's right down the middle of the uprights. Great field goal kick. Alex Rivera doing his job. And the Knights now, with 3:56 left in the quarter, are going to receive this kickoff from the Panthers. This time the Panthers are kicking off from their 35-yard line instead of the 20.
Which is helpful.
Which is very helpful.
Now the Knights have the ability to go down, score, have a sustained drive, have the potential to go ahead if they can stay away from getting any flags or any turnovers, which is kind of, what has stopped our previous couple drives.
Yeah, that's been the MO for the second half, right? Turnovers, flags. Let's see if the Knights can recover and move the ball down, or if LaGrange has the ability to stop that play. 2 good teams. Been a great day of football.
Yeah, back and forth.
Ball kick, squib kick. Crew takes that ball short, gets to the 25, 28, still driving, up to the 34-yard line. His teammates on the sideline cheering on that effort.
They might be watching a little bit of rugby practice, learning how to ruck to get those few extra yards.
That's right.
Keep that ball moving.
The Gowdies know of what they speak when it comes to rugby.
Just 4 older brothers that played, one that has 3 national championships, so.
What happened to you, Greg?
I just wasn't Gowdy enough, let's be honest.
All right. So we have a backup quarterback, number 18, on the field. That's Mitchell Majeski. Looking down the field, might be a flag on that play against number 5 for the Panthers. That's Roderick Kirtland. He's been flagged once before as he was fighting with the Knight receiver, Woodson Francois. Been targeted several times this game, Woodson Francois. Not sure where Pinkston is. He's on the sideline right now. He's got his helmet on. And they're gonna call offensive pass interference on this. Offensive pass interference on Woodson Francois.
And we were talking about trying to avoid flags, and that's not a great way to start the drive.
Mitchell Majeski's a freshman from Happy Valley, Oregon. Went to Clackamas High School. Knights with trips to the right. His crew goes in motion. Majeski looks up, tries to find Francois. Unable to find him as he comes back to the ball just off to the left of Woodson. Not able to secure it. 2nd and 25 with 3:42 left in the quarter.
Another flag down. We'll see what the refs.
Looks like they're talking with Coach Chambers there on the sideline, seeing what he wants to do. That would indicate the flag is on the Knights.
Illegal motion.
Illegal motion. Illegal motion on the offense. They'll move him back 5 yards, and they'll repeat first down.
Okay.
So The Knights now with 2nd and 30, looking downfield, keeping his head up, throws the ball across the middle, ill-advised pass, has Johnson goes up and gets his 2nd interception of the half. Looking for Shank across the middle of the field. You know, there's that old adage, you don't roll outside and then throw the ball back across the middle of the field. It can work for Patrick Mahomes. The Chiefs had a touchdown last week with that, but not many guys are Patrick Mahomes.
No, that is tough. I'm not for sure if the coaching staff was just, you know, not feeling Pinkston. Maybe he wasn't feeling it, or why the quarterback changed. But having a freshman come out, that definitely kind of has a freshman mistake. But you know, there's still time on the clock.
Right,
The
only down by
defense
4.
Only down by 4. This defense has been able to, you know, stop this Panther offense, even in a short field position.
Looks like the clock ran down. There's 3:33 left in the quarter. There was timeout called before the play clock went down to 0. So the Panthers with 1 timeout remaining, 3:33 left in the quarter. 38-34. Well, with only 1 timeout remaining, Greg, the Knights are going to need to get stops on this drive without giving up a first down. And it looks like the Panthers will stay in their big package. They'll spread 1 receiver out to the right. They got number 3. Their wide receiver, Jashari Anderson, off to the right. But they're going to run that ball for sure. Flags go down again.
Good ball, false
False start.
start.
False start on the offense. Moves the ball back. No time should have run off the clock. They'll probably put it back to 3:33. The Knights subbing now. And that big package still in for Lindsey and his crew. Running the ball off to the right side is, well, ball looked like it came out after, but off to the right side there running is Monroe. It's a good man to put the ball in the hands. He got 3 yards on that carry, so it'll be 2nd and 12.
Yeah, the Panthers are in a pretty decent spot, knowing that they are 4 points ahead, knowing that a field goal can't tie the game. And so just plan on running the clock, hopefully getting into at least field goal range to, you know, get 3 more points, be 7 points up. So the Knights would definitely already have to get a touchdown to, you know, be in this game.
Mateus Nunez goes in motion. Last time they did this, they ran over the left side with Monroe. They do run it over the left side. Monroe finds a little bit of a lane, gets 4 or 5 yards out of it. That'll bring up 3rd and 7.
That brings up 3rd.
Clock running down, 2:27, 2:26.
Yeah, the Knights will probably be getting the ball back if they can hold them and, you know, stop a field goal from happening with just under probably two minutes left to go.
Yeah, about minute 45 will be, minute 30 will be where that clock will get to. 7 seconds on the play clock. Lindsey's letting it all run down. He's going to pass on this. Dangerous play, not because of an interception, but because that stops the clock. Not something you want to do. Now it's 4th and 8.
I told you, just under 2 minutes.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. I thought they'd just run it,
Yeah.
and then that ball would be at that clock would be at 2:30. But Monroe unable to come up with that catch. The Panthers bring in their punt team. Number 10, Tyler Coleman, comes in to punt this ball. Knights on the lookout for fakes. Tyler is also a backup quarterback, and they're set up in an offensive set with double wide receivers to the right. And it looks like there's a stop in play. I'm not sure if it's a timeout. Timeout by the Panthers. So that exhausts their timeouts. Knights still have 1 left. 4th and 8 from the 32, exactly 2 minutes left in the game. 25 seconds left on the play clock, but the game clock will not run because of that dropped pass. So if Tyler Coleman can pin the Knights deep, they're going to have to go at least 20, right? Even if he kicks it into the end zone. So, or at least 80 if he kicks it into the end zone, put the ball in the 20.
It looks like they're definitely leaning more towards going with the kick.
Yeah, now they're in their full punt set. I think he was going to pooch kick that either way. So Coleman now receives the ball, goes up to get it. Looks like he's going to do a rugby-style kick. He gets hit, but when you go out on that rugby-style kick, you're now a runner. You are no longer a kicker in the pocket. You are now a live player, and that's why you can run in and attempt to tackle him. There's a Panther down on the field. See, where did they mark that ball, Greg? Right at the 20-yard line. All right, so prophetic, 20-yard line for the start of this possession for the Knights. A minute 54. They've got 80 yards to go in order to win this game.
This is a big drive. We'll see if they decide to stay with number 18, Mitchell Modeski, as quarterback, or if they'll bring Pinkston back in, which it looks like Pinkston is coming back in, which I think is a good call. He does have the leadership. He does have the skills, can get this team to rally together. And, this is definitely in their wheelhouse to be able to drive 80 yards if they can work together and be unified.
They come in with a 4 wide receiver set, and Cade Nelson to the right of Pinkston. Trips to the right. That's where Davis is looking. He finds Shank. Shank runs the ball out of bounds, gets a first down.
Pass complete to number 6, Jake Shank.
Takes about 6 seconds on that play. Clock under 2 minutes. Will stop and stay stopped on those out of bounds plays.
Yep. Keep plays like that. They easily will have enough time if they continue to execute like that.
Now Skylar Johnson comes in for Francois. Wester, Shank, and Pope. The other wide receivers, Cade Nelson still in there. Pinkston brings Wester in motion. Looking down the middle of the field, throws over the middle, finds Shank again. Shank trying to get out of bounds, doesn't get there, but he does get the first down. Clock will stop as they reset the chains.
For another Knight. First down.
Knights in their hurry up. Trips to the left. Run to Cade Nelson. Interesting play call. Up the middle. That's just, one of those, okay, this is our next play. Whatever it is, that's going to be our next play. But that's going to burn about 15 more seconds off the clock. Knights again with trips to the left. Skylar Johnson to the right. As there's a block party meeting right at the 40-yard line as Pinkston goes down. He needs to get rid of that ball, and he doesn't. That puts the ball 3rd down. Knights are going to call timeout. It's going to be 3rd and 12. So he was looking to the left, and that pocket collapsed very quickly from the middle. That's what you get when you have Joe Thomas and these big boys up over nose tackle. But Thomas pushes that thing every time into the face of Pinkston. He really hasn't had a lot of time to step up into the pockets. He's had to make space and make room for himself through the course of the game in order to find his completions if he's not throwing a quick set play.
Yeah, and the Panthers DBs did a great job, not letting anybody get open, and that's what gave the defensive line that opportunity to also put that pressure and be able to collapse that pocket.
Yeah, you got to be impressed with Johnson and his play. Number 11, defensive back for the Panthers. So here we go, 3rd and 12, big play for the Knights. Crew goes in motion, Pinkston back. He's got a little bit of time, pockets collapsing. Over the top, through the hands of one receiver, almost caught by a second receiver. That was Howard on the initial touch, and then Huxford wasn't able to corral it when it slipped through his hands. So this is the game. Minute and 4 seconds left, 4th and 12, ball on the 40-yard line, on the Knights' 40-yard line. The Knights bring in Kyle Boblet, who had that catch earlier. Got Huxford up to the top, Francois up to the top, and fourth receiver Shank down low. Huxford comes in motion. Panthers rush 4. Ball goes up over the top. Miscommunication between Shank and Pinkston. Cornerback for the Cameron Grady, who had an interception earlier, runs out of bounds at the, looks like they'll mark him at the 10-yard line. So I don't know what happened there, but Shank stopped as Pinkston put that ball up over the top, and that was just a zone defense from the Panthers sitting back on that deep throw, and Grady there, Johnny on the spot to catch that ball and move forward. And most likely Lindsay will just come up here and get in the victory formation. The Knights with no timeouts, just down the ball here.
Yeah, big miscommunication. Don't know if Shank was trying to do a stop and go or break back and then just saw the ball going, so he tried to make a play. But unlucky for the Knights offense, unlucky for the Knights team.
So looking at the stats of this game, there was just a few more plays made by the Panthers in the second half, and really I think it comes down to the turnovers. You know, those turnovers, those interceptions by the Panthers in the second half really kept the Knights from moving the ball down the field after that first touchdown that they scored. The Panthers ran 90 plays, 26 more plays than the Knights did. 461 yards in total offense for the Panthers and 399 yards of total offense for the Knights. It's 3 interceptions thrown for the Knights.
LaGrange College, 38. Southern Virginia University, 34.
209 yards rushing for the Panthers, and most of that coming in the second half. Like, they did a really good job finding those outside runs, sealing off the blocks, and getting around the edge and moving that ball up. And Monroe and Bell both teaming up on that did a great job, as well as a few nice runs from Lindsay, who really managed to be the bulk of the offense in the first half, Greg, but he didn't need to do all the work in the second half.
Yeah, they worked really well and be able to give Monroe, especially in the backfield, opportunity to even go through the middle with some great blocking or be able to contain that outside so he could get some room out there. Looking at, again, some of the stats, some positive things for the Knight offense is that their third down conversion was better this week than last week. They were able to utilize a lot of their threats, having a new running back threat, number 30, Alex Langtree, coming in and making some great plays as well. So those are some good things. Just going back to what Mulitalo talked about in preparation for this game about the turnovers and the penalties, they made those last week, and Bridgewater definitely capitalized it on those, being a higher caliber team, only having 1 penalty compared to the 10. Luckily, in the sense this week, LaGrange also had some penalties, some turnovers, and that's what kind of kept the game a little bit more even. But I still feel like the Knights just got to tighten up on those things, play more fundamental, and they, come the outcome of this game is a lot different if they can just play more sound football. Right.
The Knights had 9 penalties for 94 yards, and LaGrange had 11 penalties for 122 yards. So, if the Knights are going up against a more disciplined team in terms of the penalties, they're not going to be in those games. So they've got the athleticism. They had 399 total yards. They did a great job in passing, 267 yards passing, 13 of 33, though, is not great percentage. Pinkston came in 56%, which isn't bad. Well below that today, though. And it just seemed like today the receivers and Pinkston were not on the same page. So the Knights are going to regroup, come back together. We really enjoyed this LaGrange team. They're a fun, athletic team. This was a great football game. We want to get back to some great football going forward in terms of both away and home games. The Knights will be away against Methodist next week. Following that in October, first week of October, they'll be in Tennessee and Maryville, and then we'll get to see them again. We'll have another home game. You can join us at Knight Stadium on the Knight Sports Network. Saturday, October 9th, as the Knights take on Huntington. I'm Scott Winterton, and for Greg Gowdy here in the booth, we welcome everybody that came and joined us, and hope everybody else has a great day.